The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The Champions Bracket is getting smaller at the American Cup in St. Louis. There were draws all around, but that was all the ladies needed, shutting the door on their opponents and advancing to the next round. The open section, on the other hand, required a blitz battle to settle the score, with the two grizzled veterans coming out on top. There's fresh blood in the Elimination Bracket. Will they win out or be sent packing? Day 5 of Can't Miss Chess, coming up next.
Hello everyone and welcome to Day 5 of the American Cup. Yesterday, we saw a thrilling finish in the semifinals of the Champions Bracket. And today, the tournament favorites are going in the finals to play their first classical game. And as for the players in the elimination brackets, coming from the rest day yesterday, they will have to play 2 rapid games and fight to stay in the tournament. Because by the end of today, we will see 4 players going to be eliminated. Stay tuned with us because the battle starts right now.
Hello everyone and welcome to the American Cup. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with the one and only Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, it's so wonderful to be with you and Maurice, and we're having such great games.
Yes, we are, and today's going to be another great day.
Absolutely, looking forward to it. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. Well, you've just heard it. We're about to do battles in the finals in the Champions Bracket. They'll be playing classical chess. But as Irene just mentioned, 4 players are going to be eliminated. Oh, who will they be? Well, stay tuned and find out. The brackets, please. Tell us about what's going on.
Yes, let's take a look at the players who are still in the Champions Bracket and let's see how they got here. We'll start with Carissa Yip. Her first match was against 4-time U.S. Women's Champion Anna Zatonsky, and Carissa defeated her with 1.5 points. In the second match, she played Tatev Abrahamian, and she also won with 1.5, no playoffs for Carissa.
Very consistent.
Now let's move on to Alice Lee, another player who started with a 2-0 against Rachel E. What a start. And then in the second match against Zoe Tang, she also won confidently with 1.5 points.
And finally, in the open
section, we have Fabiano Caruana, who defeated young Abhimanyu Mishra in his first match. And in the second match, another young superstar, Awonder Liang. That match went all the way to the playoffs, but Fabiano came out victorious.
Right.
And another player in the Champions Bracket is Wesley. So he had to play blitz playoffs in both of his matches. First was against Ray Robson, second against Sam Sevian, but Wesley came out on the top.
Impressive blitz skills by Wesley So, most certainly. And tell us about the format for the American Cup.
Yes, we have an 8-player double elimination bracket tournament. Players are not allowed to offer any draws. In the Champions Bracket, they play 2 classical games with 90 minutes plus 30-second increment. If it's a tie, they play blitz playoff match with 3+2. If that's a tie, then Armageddon.
Right, and we've got an elimination bracket going on today. Drill down and tell us about the schedule for today, Nancy.
Right, today in the Champions Bracket, they're playing their first classical game, and in the Elimination Bracket, they will play 2 rapid games, and we are excited to see some playoffs in blitz if necessary.
Absolutely. And Maurice, always a pleasure to have you on our broadcast especially. And in these finalists, great finalists by the way, how do they match up with each other?
Well, it's just an incredible pairing now as players have been knocked down and the cream has risen to the top. And we can see from our 4 finalists here that it's just the best of American chess going at it. What more could you want from the American Cup? Let's take a look right now at some of these matchups. As you see here, Carissa Yip playing against Alice Lee, both international masters. Let me tell you, soon to be grandmasters, I will say, in the next couple of years. And they're pretty evenly matched. 1 win, 1 loss, 3 draws. That's dead even. The number 1 seed playing the number 3, make that number 2 seed, as Alice is no longer a 23.99 player. She's already jumped about 12 rating points and is no longer ranked 46th in the world. She's now ranked 36th in the world. Moving up quickly indeed is the 16-year-old. So great matchup here. Let's take a look at these players a little bit more. Carissa Yip. Well, who is she? Well, if you haven't been around and been under a rock, let's put some respect on her name, because she's the 4-time U.S. women's champ. Don't let that smile fool you, because she's a killer at the board. She is on her way to getting the GM title, already has 2 norms, and is just a stone's throw away as far as rating, getting to 2,500, in which case you will be calling her Grandmaster Carissa Yip. She's won the Cairns Cup. She's in fact the reigning Cairns Cup champion, where the best female players on the planet showed up. And she, despite losing early, came back and took them down one by one by one. She is indeed a superstar on the rise. And her opponent, well, we mentioned Alice Lee, all of 16 years old, just turned 16 in October, as a matter of fact. So she is showing that she belongs on this stage, and who wouldn't know she belongs, given that she won the last 2 American Cup titles. She loves this format. She said that somehow it just suits her quite well, and she's the only player to ever go into the elimination bracket and come out and emerging victorious in either the open or the women's section. So watch out for her. That'll be a dangerous, fascinating pairing indeed. And now let's take a look at the other pairing from the open section. It is Fabiano Caruana versus Wesley. So these 2 names ring eternal. In today's chess, we know they are boss players. They show up. Everybody has respect. Fabiano Caruana has 5 wins and has lost 3 times to Wesley in Classical. But look at the draws. I mean, these guys have 39 draws between them. I suspect we're going to say 40 quite soon. Unless something crazy happens. They were the number 1 and 2 seeds in this tournament. Fabiano, number 3 in the world at the moment, and Wesley, number 9. Let's just talk a little bit about these players. Fabiano Caruana, there's so much that he has already accomplished in his life. He has only won the American Cup once, by the way, in 2022, so he hasn't won it in a while, but he seems to relish playing in St. Louis. He's won the U.S. championships 5 times, the last 4 in a row. He's a dominant player in this country, and he's using the American Cup as a little bit of a warm-up for the candidates coming up in Cyprus later in the month, where he will make his second run at the world title. What he hopes will be his second run at the world title, as he lost against Magnus Carlsen, that match that was so close, and he drew the first 12 Classical games, only to lose in the tie breaks. So this is a player we know can win anything, anywhere, and nobody would be surprised. We'll see what he can do in this match today. And his opponent, Wesley So, just a little less accomplished, I will say, but he has been number 2 in the world. He had that incredible year back in 2016 where he seemed to win absolutely everything, including the Grand Chess Tour. And he is just a tremendous player, great theoretician, super hard to beat, as evidenced by those 39 draws against Fabi. He is also great at rapid chess, blitz, just a fabulous player. And he will try to finally win one of these American Cup titles, which he has played in so often and has not been able to do. Will he pull it off this time? Well, we're going to find out as the games are set to begin.
Thank you, Maurice. I just had a giggle there. Wesley So became the number 2 player in the world, but a little less accomplished than Fabi. Very, very nicely. But tell us about the brackets and the colors for today's
Yes, Yasser, let's
games.
take a look. We'll start with the Women's Champions bracket. There are only 2 players left, Carissa Yip and Alice Lee. They'll be facing each other today, and Carissa has the white pieces.
They'll flip colors for tomorrow's game, and in the elimination bracket,
we have 4 players. Today we'll see Anna Sargsyan against Zoe Tang and Tatev Abrahamian against Rachel Lee. Tough matchups.
And again, in the elimination bracket, they'll be playing a pair of rapid games to decide who goes on and who goes home. The open section.
In the open section champions bracket, also only 2 players left, and those 2 are Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So. Fabiano starts first classical game with the white pieces, and tomorrow they'll flip colors.
And in the elimination bracket in the open?
There are four fantastic players in the elimination bracket. We have Levon Aronian against Sevian and Leinier Dominguez playing Awonder Liang. Unfortunately, 2 out of these 4 players will be going home today.
Wow, and I think Leinier is a former World Blitz champion. Elite players, all of them deserve elite prize funds. Tell us about the prize funds.
Let's have a look. In the women's, total prize fund is $150,000. First place gets $40,000, second place $30,000, third place $20,000, just great prizes for everybody, and an additional bonus for champions bracket, it's $9,000.
And the prize fund for the Open?
For the Open, total prize fund is $250,000. First place gets $75,000. Just great prizes for everybody, and an additional champions bracket bonus, $15,000.
Thank you, St. Louis Chess Club, for all your generosity as the round is underway. And we're looking at the classical matchup between Carissa Yip and Alice Lee. As Maurice was saying, 16 years young. For Alice Lee, we're looking at a match that, well, I mean, the women's championship may feature these players for a decade to come. As I'm seeing a Petrov on the board with D76.
Petrov, so Alice went back to her
old love. I mean, it's
yes.
It's been in her repertoire for quite a number of years, but then she kind of let it slip away from her.
But you know, Yasser, before we go back to the classical games, let's start with the rapid since they're playing so fast. We have Tatev Abrahamian and Rachel Lee on the screen, and let's zoom in and see what opening
I'm
we
looking
have
at
here.
a Caro-Kann with D2, D3 by white on move 3. Again, a little bit soft as Tatev is looking to make,
But it's kind of
wow,
popular.
already very, very original opening play. It looks like, well, it is a kind of an exchange French, but you don't see F6, G6, Knight H6 in an exchange French, right?
No, you do see it in Caro-Kann sometimes. Knight on H6 is not unusual.
Right.
Both of these players are blitzing, so they're still in their prep.
You think? This is so unusual for me to see this position. I was about to say, when I am playing the Caro-Kann, I am looking to play the move Bishop G4. I don't mind giving up this, lose the 2 bishops. But a pretty dry opening for the moment. I expect the battle will flare anew in the near future. I'm going to jump to Anna Sargsyan and Zoe Tang as they are in an
exciting Sicilian here.
Open Sicilian, Taimanov Sicilian with Queen C7, A7, A6. And
I think Irene Crush likes this
Oh,
opening with
yeah.
black. Yeah, she's been very successful with it.
It's a very tricky, trappy line for black because oftentimes in an open Sicilian, as white, you don't have to face Bishop B4. And somehow, you know, like when you're white and you want to be attacking and you see the move Bishop B4, you start getting concerned, like who's attacking who? Because the bishop comes out to B4 and the knight could pounce on the E4 pawn.
But in this
No
game,
bishop
Zoe
B4.
has chosen Bishop E7.
Right.
We see a long castle. It's going to be opposite side castle Sicilian position, which is very exciting for us to watch.
Exactly.
Do we go G4, Yasser?
Oh, I'm sure we do. Black is going to attack on the queen side, white on the king side. Going back just a quick second, in these positions, I played in blitz, so there you go. I do like playing the move Bishop B4. Why? Because after A3, Bishop E7, you can ask yourself, well, what did you do that for? Why did you put your bishop out only? Well, because if you look at the current position, if there was a pawn on A3, it would mean that after B4,
There's a hook on A3.
yeah, exactly, and the queen side will be opened up. Let me just, G4, you called it. This is going to be a very exciting game. Knight takes D4. I'm expecting.
Zoe increased her time on the clock. She has 26 and a half minutes.
For me, I like queen recapturing. Why? Because when my queen's in centralized, and you can't attack it with knight c6.
Not anymore.
Then she kind of lords over the board, and maybe g5 and queen takes g7. And maybe I
was
get
gonna
scared.
say, sometimes if you need to bail out, you can always go queen b6 and
Exactly,
trade queens. Yes.
and in case you get scared. But Anna, taking her time, thinking about the two possibilities of bishop takes d4, and she did it.
She took with the bishop.
And very quickly, by the way, Zoe, her blitz skills, pretty impressive. And
Absolutely.
one of the things was her time management in fast
Absolutely.
play.
Against Irene, that's how she won that match. And
Wow.
there's still playing theoretical lines. There's hundreds of games in this position. White's supposed to either go immediately g5 or include king b1, but they kind of transpose to very similar positions.
Exactly. I would probably play g5 myself because after g5, I know I'm chasing the knight to h5 where I find it to be offside, let's put it that way. Whereas if I go king b1, which is a useful move, just tucking my king in, and if black goes castles, then I'm not 100% sure I'm going to be chasing the knight to a bad square or an
And
offside
I heard
square.
you, Yasser, she played g5 and forced Zoe's knight to h5.
Exactly.
What about the f4 square? Are we concerned that black could use the f4 square?
I worry about everything. Yes, and whoa. So we do have, I
Whoa,
think,
whoa.
bishop to, I think
Bishop
bishop,
e5 happened. That's
And
a tactical
look,
resource. but
look at what just
Zoe
took
was
place.
not at all surprised. She immediately took it. I guess this is
Still very well now
yeah.
you get
Bishop takes g5 check has been played 17 times.
no kidding. Is that right? Let me just give it a look. Oh, you're right. It's all well-known stuff. I mean, I saw bishop e5 and I said, "Whoa, nice shot! Whoa." Okay, so in this exact position, we have bishop takes g5 check as the main move, and I can understand that. Zoe would like to be able to play g6 and king g7, and she's got to defend the rook on a8. She didn't want to lose the a6 pawn.
No,
so
rook
queen
d7
b8.
looks attractive.
You know,
Let's get the rook on the 7th rank.
It's the craziest thing, but we're still in theory. Should we play? And look at, in my database, quite a number of games have come up after rook d7, queen takes b7. So the two players, preparation is just amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just quickly take a look at the other. I wanted to say
Another rapid game?
Yeah, I wanted to go to Levon.
Levon Aronian against Sam Sevian. They're also in some theoretical position that came after the Jacobiano.
Let me see if I can just pull up some games. Nope, it's not there. Events.
We have a lot of games today going on, so
Exactly.
I think if you scroll down, nope.
I got caught in the time loop there. Tatev's game with Rachel.
Maybe Maurice can pull up Levon Aronian's game against Sam Sevian.
I'm sorry.
I've got
don't
it.
have
I've got it here. And an intriguing opening, to be sure. You know, we came out of the Italian game, and so let's go back to here. Right at this moment, right here, Levon played a move that he's played against Magnus, that he has played against, who was it? I think it, okay, I'll have to check. But I know for sure against Magnus. So it's a line that he does indeed play, going after this bishop. And then the move bishop back, and nothing you can really do about it. Now d3. And in this position, black can very much play the move knight a5 himself. Like, this is a doable idea. So both sides going after each other's bishops. But his opponent did not decide to do that. He played h6, and after rook e1 castles, he said, I'm going to play the a3, and now you'll never get my bishop, but someday I'm going to take yours. This is still theory as a line, but it doesn't look super duper impressive with the white pieces. It doesn't look like great danger to black. It looks like white can get the two bishops at any time, but black doesn't really have severe weaknesses, or any weaknesses, in fact, in his position. It's just what whites call gioco piano. It's a slow game. Levon, though, is known to enjoy himself when he's playing chess, and sometimes even when he's in trouble. Take a listen at what he said when he was in dire straits against the youngster Abhimanyu Mishra, when many people would have been screaming, please, I need help here. This is what Levon was thinking. Yes, we are with Levon Aronian after eliminating the youngster Abhimanyu Mishra. Levon, we thought you were in trouble.
I knew I was in trouble. That was part of the plan.
It was part of the plan. Well, the moment of the game, if I can just get back to this moment, is when you play the move knight to g4.
Yes.
And here, he thought he had stopped knight g4 with the deep, accurate knight to b1. Then you played it anyway. And he couldn't resist taking this knight. I mean, psychologically, when you stop somebody from doing something and they do it anyway, you got to feel like, hold on a second now. Maybe I can punish you because I did stop you from playing this move.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I mean, I was just having fun. I just told to myself, I'm not playing well. I might as well have some fun.
Well, you dodged the bullet.
Yeah.
You got to be feeling good. You've won this event before. Is this the kind of luck you need in order to take this home?
Yeah, I think in this type of format, at some point, you have to take some risks. You know, I wouldn't say I'm too proud with my play, but I just had zero pressure. I didn't care if I would win or lose because I'm still not in my best shape. I mean, I had a long break, so I feel I need some time to get in my last year's shape.
And last year, he performed magnificently well. I mean, the tournaments he was winning were just incredible. Everybody was saying, what happened? The resurgence of Levon Aronian. As you get older in chess into your 40s, you're supposed to start losing something. And somehow this guy was winning everything you could possibly imagine and or finishing very highly. He had one of his best years in his life. So we will keep our eye in Levon and see if he can have some fun against another young player, Sam Sevian.
They seem to be enjoying himself. A second win, Levon Aronian. And I noticed that in both Levon and Sam's game, as well as Leinier and Awonder's game, Joko Piano. It's become the go-to opening as white and the go-to defense as black.
Absolutely, but different lines in Leinier's game. If we can switch to that game against Awonder, we have a very exciting position, and I believe it's already a new position. I don't see any games in database. Not sure who made the novelty, but what do you think of that? I love when black gets to play g5 and play more aggressively.
I loved it too, because when I was starting, I liked the Philidor defense, and I like these lines with queen c7 and h6 g5 with my king even still in the center. So, but it does come at a cost. g7 g5 in the opening, you're always looking for three goals. So very, very simple. You want your fair share of the center, you want effective development for your pieces, and you want a safe king. Emphasis on safe king. When I see the move g7 g5, you've got to understand, you got to ask yourself, where am I castling?
I was going to say, seeing the c7 pawn on b6 is not very common in this opening.
No, maybe you could tuck your king in on a7 and say, well, I've got a cocoon over there. And for Awonder, with the move g7 g5, he's making his aggressions very, very clear. He wants to play for g5 g4. Remember what I was just saying about that Anna versus Zoe game where you could play a3. There's a hook in the position. So from Awonder's perspective, playing the moves queen c7, castling, putting his rook on g8 and playing for g4, you have to now play concretely with white. You can't just sit there and keep playing soft moves. So we did see the move d3, d4, introducing the idea, at least, of d4 takes e5 and g4 potentially going after this pawn, and therefore I thought queen c7.
Maybe Awonder's choosing between queen c7 and knight g6. Maybe he wants to put the queen on e7 and then castle long.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question the knight would be effective here. Where would your queen
on h4? Does knight do anything on h4? If there is a pin,
yeah,
it could be a little uncomfortable, right?
Exactly. But the big question is when you play knight
walked
g6.
Into g4.
Well, yeah, but maybe it's a sacrifice.
Yes,
yeah.
I was planning
it's all part of your planning. I get it. but you have to, and by the way, queen c7 on the board. Now, you know, moves like knight g6 and knight f4, if they're good, they're going to come. Again, I like this move, queen c7, a lot. I like getting my king into wherever it's supposed to go. Is it going to have a queen side shield or a king side shield? There you go. And here, if I was white, if I was in Leinier shoes, this pin, personally, I find this annoying.
Right?
Yeah. I would like to get out of the pin.
We play queen b3, get out of the pin, and also look at that f7 pawn.
Precisely. That is exactly my thoughts as well, is that maybe I can make a virtue out of the necessity of getting out of the pin by at least slowing you down a tempo. If you did want to castle long, you got to give me the pawn to do that. Bishop takes f7. So, big game
Very
going
interesting
on.
Game here.
Where would you like to
Let's
guide
jump
us?
back to Tatev's games. I think she now has a very nice advantage. Crazy position. But Maurice, over to you.
Yes, this game is extraordinary. That Tatev game, her advantage is huge. But chess is hard. I'm going to tell you right now. This is such an attractive position. You look at those pawns. How did they get there? Let's take a look. Let's back up a couple of moves. She was in this nondescript position, played the move c4, and opponent played the move. I actually want to go back one more move. This position, a little bit better for white. You can see the black king side is weird. But she played this move c4, and then her opponent just said, I'll just develop a piece, and then c5 got in there. And not clear that this is the best way to play. In fact, bringing her knight back away from this square would have been a good idea. Maybe just play this move. But instead, she decided to play b6, and suddenly b4 and a5 got played. And you're thinking, I'm breaking up the structure, right? Like this is the natural thing to do. Until she said, oh no, you're not breaking up anything. I'm just getting a passed pawn on that side of the board. And I'm seeing your board, Yasser, or the game board instead of my board. I don't know what's going on right now. Producer maybe can help me. All right, there we go. This is my position. So we now have this position, and it's trouble for black indeed, because these pawns don't belong here. Like, how did you get your position, so aggressively? And then she played the move f5, thinking this would benefit her. And now the move knight to d4 played, and that's a beautiful knight in the center of the board, blocking the bishop, but also aggressing this pawn, as you can see. Well, here's what's funny about the position, because after the move bishop to d7, all white needs are a couple of moves, just a couple. Let me just get my knight out and my bishop out, and that could be game if I had just those two pieces, if you could just give them to me. But you can't start. It looks obvious, but you can't start the wrong way. For example, knight to c3 doesn't that look natural? All of us would just pick it up and put it on the board. Look what happened to the eval bar. I said, how could my eval bar drop that much? I just want to put my knight on c3. And then it says, after knight g4, you have very little, almost nothing. What's knight g4? That looks silly. What are you talking about? Well, it turns out that black is threatening a huge idea. If you play bishop to b2, suddenly the move knight takes f2 lands on the board. Black's attacking? How? How did this come out of nowhere? Obviously, though, if king takes, here comes queen h4, and there goes the threat to your knight as well, and the check to your king. And don't forget about this bishop. Black fighting on the back foot with no pieces suddenly emerges with these tactics. Incredible that a simple developing move like knight to c3 could blow the advantage that severely. That just shows you how precise you have to be in chess. And also, like I said, chess is hard. Now, what should you do? There are a couple of ideas. Counterintuitive is to take this knight. That knight looked like it sucked, but now we're getting to understand that that knight is a bit of the counterplay. The other counterintuitive move that not a lot of people are going to play, knight to a3. Knight to a3, I want to play knight c3. Now if you play knight g4, I play bishop b2, my knight is defended on that square. I'm prepared to meet queen to h4 by kicking this guy finally off the board. And now we've removed one of your pieces. Doesn't matter who you take with here. You could trade rooks or whatever. We're going straight for some endgame where your pieces are terrible. And in this position, we might not even go for the endgame because your pieces just look so bad. Here comes the other rook into the action. Yes, I know this was a long discussion on how counterintuitive chess moves sometimes have to be because the natural ones can just fail miserably.
Thank you, Maurice. Yeah, this is a sharp position, but I loved that bishop takes h6. The bishop's not developed on c1, and bishop takes h6 really does have my vote. Can't believe how fast Zoe and Anna just zipped to an ending. It's sort of like, let's bypass the middle game and let's just get to an ending. Well, when we left it, we did see the move.
They had like 20 moves prepared for this game.
It sure feels like it to me. When we left it, we saw the move Queen B8 that did eventually go into a trade of queens. A2, A4, and that makes perfect sense. The bishop on F1 is looking desperately for a target. Open up the diagonal for the bishop. So A2, A4. Please take the pawn on A4.
Give me A6.
Exactly. And Zoe says, no. I'm going to take your knight and recapture the pawn. And eventually I'm going to play King E7 and Knight F4. And I will be playing. So Anna says, I see a target. Let me go get it. Look at her come up with her king. I mean, yes, give her a few moves.
It went zigzags.
Yeah, it didn't go B2 and A2. It went A2. She maybe could have gone to A3. Never mind. King to B3, king to B4. Bishop takes is on her agenda. Yeah, you're going to get your knight to F4 and go yourself.
Yes, I see the Evolver says it's triple zeros, but do you think it's that equal?
No, I think that this is a very dynamic endgame. And I do want to say, I do think it's 3 results as well. I don't think just because you get to go king b4 and bishop takes b5, you necessarily win the game.
Right.
You know, I mean, Black's going to have her counterplay. Yeah.
Even if, after you win the b5 pawn, you still
Precisely.
have double pawns, and Black Knight's going to eventually come back into the game. Then you're going to have the king on b4. Is that actually a good king? We don't know.
It may be vulnerable actually on b4 or tactical
Yeah, it's very
target.
interesting. Like for the audience, when you see triple zeros, it doesn't mean automatically that it's very equal. It's a draw.
Right.
Absolutely, 3 results can happen in this game.
For sure. I'm just stunned that they get into an ending almost like that.
Very
just,
quickly.
I noticed in the open section that both Levon Leinier games are playing their Joko pianos, but very, very different. One, the Levon versus Sam game, very, very strategic, fight for each and every square, open file, and
More slow-paced.
Definitely. Whereas the game between Leinier and Awonder, I mean, both players are on the edge. I mean, this is really a double-edged position. And let me just.
I think they're both just
Queen
playing
C7.
for checkmate here.
Queen C7. Now, this is what you might say is a deep move. Rook on A1 to C1. What on earth is that move all about? Well, it's not that we're necessarily afraid of queen takes C3, but what Leinier is saying is, I'm anticipating you, Awonder, putting your king on the queen side, and I want to be able to play C4 and C5. Wow. Okay, deep stuff. G4, let's go. This is
No more waiting, just go G4, open up the G file for your rook.
Exactly. Now, Leinier just, again, that pin was more than annoying. Maybe also this idea of using the C4 square to play knight C4. Let's take a look at how it goes. And
Knight's coming to F4.
knight's coming to F4. Maurice, over to you.
Did a sharp position there, Yaz, and with all that space that you think white has, and it turns out that it matters that black has an open G file. Forget your space. Your king is the thing. I just want to get back to this game because these are the kind of decisions that separate one level from another And Yasser, you mentioned that you loved in the game between Tatev and Rachel Lee, the capture on H6. That just felt like it solved a big problem. But a lot of players would resist this exchange. His bishop looked so darn good. And if we could get that on the screen right now, you see that the bishop, why am I giving up my dark square bishop when black has that gorgeous dark square bishop? And Tatev did not feel that. I'm going to be honest. I did not feel the necessity of it until I kept analyzing and going, yeah, that's actually a good GM exchange in this position. And I talked about the natural knight c3 because intuitively to me, I said, if I can get my pieces out, I just want to get my knight out, then my bishop out, and then we're good to go. Guess what Tatev played? Knight to c3. She thought the exact same thing as I did after some thought, by the way. As you can see, she's down on the clock. She was ahead on the clock. Then she came back to this, thought for a long time, and finally decided, got it, knight c3, good move. But we now know that if Rachel somehow gets in her bag and finds the move knight to g4, Tatev's advantage will have dissipated dramatically. By the way, I just want to point out, this GM exchange, bishop takes knight, does not work. Why? Because of this capture. Now the rook on e1 is hanging to a rook, and if you try to solve the problem with rook takes, then simply queen takes. And there's still the mate on the back rank. If you take here, you get hit by that move. So that is the trick. That's the justification of the move knight to g4. A lone knight exploring in enemy territory can cause this much havoc with the threat of knight takes f2. We're now on the watch. Will Rachel find this move? Because that will throw her opponent, Tatev, into some consternation. Like, I thought I was better. What did I do wrong?
Exactly. And a move like knight g4 is just plain ornery, you know, because again, knight g4, knight takes f2. That's a lovely tactic for black. And that was why bishop takes h6.
Sorry, Yasser, but bishop h6, if someone played that against me, I would ask an arbiter to warn my opponent. Because that is so unnatural. Why would you play bishop h6?
Well, I'll tell you exactly why. Because basically white is winning. White has this beautiful knight on d4, pawn on b5, d5 is breaking, but your pieces are on the first rank. So if I can develop my piece, in this case the bishop, with a tempo, bishop takes c, and we talked about the bishop on g7. What a beautiful diagonal it's on. So now I've just lured you to a bad diagonal.
Yes, but I have a counterpoint.
Oh, please.
We have a dark square bishop. We're trading it for a knight that's in the corner.
Yep.
That just goes against the logic of chess.
Okay, the next move though is to play bishop on f3 takes d5 check.
It's very concrete. Yeah.
Then when you see that, like you know, you go takes, right? I go bishop here, and you start crying. You start to go, oh my gosh,
no
my
one cares
king
about
is
dark square
exposed.
bishop anymore. Yep. It just collapses very fast.
Exactly. But the problem is, from Rachel's point of view, she's got a great bishop on h6, just great. But the knight on b8, rook on a8, pawn on d5.
The one bishop cannot make up for all that.
Bingo.
Guys,
but you see
we
it,
should note,
and it makes sense.
Sorry to interrupt.
Knight g4.
Yes,
She
Maurice?
played knight g4.
Rachel.
Rachel found the move, and like I
Wow.
said, this was going to cause some consternation to Tatev as you see her now pausing to recognize, wait a second, how does she have tactics? And you know Tatev is a master tactician. So no question she sees the knight f2 threat and the issues that suddenly emerged. And you see her pull up in the chair like,
Yes.
what's going on? I didn't do anything. To find knight c3 is a mistake. And again, Yaz, you're just showing the distance between you and the rest of us, because bishop takes h6 is a counterintuitive move. I get it, but at the same time, it's not the first move you're going to want to play. You think there must be another solution, and that's the top solution. So you see how I was a bit befuddled, Nazi was befuddled, and clearly Tatev didn't see it either. That just shows you those differences between the top 10 player types and the rest of us. But now she's being punished for it, because knight g4, taking the knight off a bad square and putting it into the enemy camp. But again, I can't emphasize, by itself. Like,
Yeah.
what are you doing? How are you such a sniper? How dare you cross into my territory? And it turns out to be the best move.
Yeah, it looks like a guerrilla attack, but then when you do see knight takes f2 followed by queen h4 check, and that bishop is actually working very, very nicely along the diagonal. If you can't play bishop takes g4, you would just love to get rid of the knight h2, h3, but knight f2 is just annoying.
It's a killer move, yeah.
Okay, imagine Tatev plays bishop f4 for just a second. Is there still knight f2?
has to be
Yes.
calculated.
Isn't that
Yes, there is.
I mean, isn't that crazy? I was trying to convince you not to play the move knight takes f2, but yeah,
It's at least a draw.
at least a draw, maybe more. Maybe.
By the
more.
way, I want to
Yeah.
point out, you want it for some counter-intuition, and it's a skill I believe we have to have in chess, is not just your intuition, but to train your counter-intuition. And that is to make moves that seem like they don't make any sense, but in fact, and they seem like they break chess logic, but as Victor Korchnoi once said, and others have said as well, it's the people who can find the exceptions to the rule, once you know them, who are the real players. And this is one of them. But this is the next move I'm going to show you. Talk about counterintuition. The threat is knight f2. Queen h4 might happen. Who's playing the computer's only move for some smidgen of advantage? Bishop to
What?
b2.
No, not me.
I
Not
mean,
me. No.
Sorry. And then to say knight takes f2, and the next move, again, for some slight edge, is queen to d2? You just took my pawn, but I completed development under conditions that are superior for me, right? That's what you wanted to do, was complete your development and secure everything and say, I still have an edge here. But come on, I'm sorry.
We're
This
not
is-
trained like this.
They're
No.
not just not playing chess like this. But Tatev has nothing else for an advantage, at least according to the engine. This is a counterintuitive move she has to find. By the way, bishop h6 could be considered counterintuitive if you're not at the right level, just before that.
Right.
So again, somebody's intuition is somebody else's counterintuition that has been extremely well trained.
Wow, what a concept. Just to give up the f2 pawn. You want it, you can have it.
With a tempo.
With a tempo as well. No. That is
No,
just
it's just-
not the way we're
That's
trained.
computer chess. That's not human chess.
That is crazy.
Yasser, let's quickly go back to
Please.
Anna Sargison's game against Zoe Tang, because remember how it was triple zeros?
Whoa,
It's
wait
no
a
longer
minute.
the case.
Wait a minute. And
Anna
this
is up a clear pawn, and that pawn is moving
dangerous.
fast.
Yeah, no, the important thing in these endings is who you're going to have a majority, I'm having a majority, but whose pawn is more dangerous? It's very, very clear that this pawn on c5
Well,
has
black
no
has no
counterpart.
dangerous pawns.
No, that's the problem. She's got a dangerous rook.
Yes.
She's kind of like keeping Anna's rook at bay for the moment. But here, okay, actually, I just would like to preserve the bishop and maybe
Rook b1, rook b7.
rook b1, rook b7, and if you go after this pawn, I would
Rook d1, yes.
very much want to play rook to d1. So Zoe in trouble in this one because, okay, clearly she needs to play g5, h5, h4, or
Create her own passer.
She needs a weapon
But it's
herself.
just, it will take too long. Meanwhile, Anna's next three moves are very clear. Rook gets to the 7th rank, black knight in trouble, and then start pushing the pawn.
You got it. Simple chess. Maurice, over to you.
Well, just about this exact position. How did it happen? She was fine. She was okay. But one of the great arts in chess is to know when to exchange pieces. When to exchange. And if we get my board here, I see a light happening there, but if we could get just on my board, this was the position here. There we go. This position right here, and she's, again, perfectly fine. The only potential weakness is her pawn on b5 may be attacked. It's the only problem in her position. The one thing you have to do is pay attention to that pawn. Just make sure nothing bad happens to this pawn. King b4 might happen and your pawn get captured. But there are a number of things not to worry about. Obviously, you do have to concern yourself with any kind of capturing of the pawn in the move c4. So king b4, then a bishop takes, and then on. So let's make a move, knight to f4. And then I play king b4, getting ready to take your pawn. Well, now I do have a move, rook to b7, in which case you can say, but I could take this one. And now when you double, then I can protect it. And this is the point I was making. So can we anticipate that? Well, we can anticipate with a move like rook to b7, back one up. We can play rook to b7 and get ready to double rooks in protection. Maybe that's not your cup of tea. You might also play the move knight to f4, and after king to b4, bring your knight backwards, planning to put the knight on the e5 square and create some play there as well. But remember, it's still all about the b5 pawn. What was her solution? she played rook d8, offering a trade. And then after rook takes, that's her who handed her opponent this capture. Now she played rook takes and allowed bishop takes. The problem was that king takes doesn't stop the plan. King b4, and she did nothing about her b5 pawn at all. She just didn't suspect that it was going to be attacked, which is kind of hard to believe because king b4 is coming at you. And she lost the pawn, and now we have the game position, which is to take, bishop takes, c4, and now trying to get some activity. But guess what? Too little, too late, as these pawns have raced, this pawn has raced down the board, and the c pawn on c3, by the way, also provides shelter to the white king. So black is in trouble, even though she's got the rook on h1 tied down for the moment. That's not going to last for long, as this rook will speed into the game and break down the blockade of her pieces.
Thank you, Maurice. Absolutely. Looks like Anna is in cruise control at the moment. And I did like, you know, if you're going to go down, you might as well go down with some threats to yourself. And I liked Zoe's move very much, h5.
Yes.
Like, okay, go ahead. Go play rook b1. Let me take on h2. You go rook b7.
I'll have my fun too.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, like, okay, I think I'm losing, but at least I'll have some fun. If I'm in Anna's shoes, I am playing the move h4, and I'll play, I don't know, rook g1, and bring my rook to b1. But I wouldn't give up the h2 pawn that easily. Where would you like to
Yes,
take
sir.
us?
We have a very interesting game in the open section as well. Let's go to Levon's game against Sam Sevian. I think Levon has some very good chances currently in his position. Let's catch up. Since last time we looked, everything looked kind of balanced, but now Levon started to push that h-pawn, then f4 to open everything up.
Wow.
And he has this f-file that he can use for attack against the king.
You have hope in it. But I like this move very much by
Rook b5.
Levon, rook b5. You defend the pawn on h5, but you also invite this trade. And the a pawn wasn't really scaring anybody, but
Now,
well, wait a minute. When
every
did you
pawn
become
endgame would be winning.
Yeah, when did you become a threat? Okay, ooh,
This
I
last
saw the
move.
bar just went up. What was it about the move d5 that the engine
I
did
think
not
Levon
like?
reacted correctly with rook f1. Now Sam has to solve the problem of the f7 pawn. Do you play rook f8? Do you play knight
Okay,
c8?
I'll fall for it. Rook
Okay.
f8.
And there could be this uncomfortable pin, bishop b4. It also stops your queen from taking my pawn.
That is true.
By the way, they're playing rapid, and you can see Levon is walking around. He has a time advantage on the clock. It's 14 minutes against 8, and he's loving his position right now.
Wow. Okay, so rook f8, bishop b4. That is awkward because, again, and he takes, oops,
b7.
b7, and again, the a pawn. So wait a minute. Now it's getting serious. Now I'm beginning to realize that I have to be very consequent. The problem that I didn't like about knight c8 is I'm not going to give up my f7 pawn. So it feels like I've given up my attack.
And you're also cutting off your rook from the king side. It feels wrong. Also,
It does.
I can play e5 and not let your knight improve
To-
by going to d6.
Right, just take away the
And then just look at black's pieces. They're also passive.
precisely. They are
This
passive.
looks really bad for Sam. Engine is not saying it's lost, but it feels lost.
It feels like the initiative is all on white's. As we say, white's the one having all the fun here. And I'm really not too sure.
So d5 was a
rook
mistake.
e5? Ah,
Levon walking around.
and it was this d5 move in particular. So everything is more or less okay for black here. This knight does not impress, by the way. I would love to put this knight on a better square. I'm not saying that this is the only move or anything like that, but somehow this idea of improving the knight I find attractive. d5 was the big mistake, and rook f1, and now Sam in trouble.
You know, Levon is one of those players who always knows what's happening on every other board in the tournament hall. I think even in Rapid he's doing this. He's checking out everybody else's games.
I know that there are certain players that seem to know what's going on in the tournament hall, and you're playing in an Olympics. Maurice, turning it over to you.
Well, I'm curious to know if he knows what's going on in this game we've been following between Tatev Abrahamian and Rachel Lee, because the position now is close to what we had. Remember your move, Yaz, bishop to f4 has been played, and she is now wondering what to do next. And no doubt on her mind is that sacrifice, knight takes f2. The only thing about this line that you have to check on, I'm just going to keep my eye on whether or not she moves yet, but knight takes f2, there is one line you have to see, and that is after king takes, queen h4 check. Of course, you're hitting pieces. You can't play bishop g3 because the knight on d4 is hanging. You would lose. You can't move your king away because the bishop is hanging. So g3 looks natural, and it looks like you're asking for a draw. Because if you play back, I can just repeat, and that's that. But what if you were brave enough to step up into the world? And who's going to play this particular move? I'm going to play king f3. Now, black is lost, except for one move, and only one move. And if you don't find this move, you're literally losing. That's it. And she may be forced to calculate this, and this may be why she's pressed pause, because what looked to us like just a nondescript repetition, you know Tatev is going to look to see if she can win. I just want a piece off of you, or you just sacked a piece, and I'm threatening to trap your queen. Why not play this position?
G5?
G5 is the key move in this position, and that keeps the attack going. The threat is not the bishop, it's g4 mate.
Checkmate.
Okay, in addition to the bishop, of course. So now suddenly you have this situation. You could take on g5 and beg us to play this position where you say, okay, black, I've made it out alive. Except if she's really rambunctious, she could say, you're not making out of this one alive, excuse me, because I'm not opening up a line for my bishop as well, and now you're in big trouble. This is such a gorgeous sacrifice. You say, whatever I take, you can't move your bishop anywhere. Well, now I play the move h5, and you've rarely seen a sequence like that. g5, f4, h5, with the threat of bishop to g4 mate suddenly, and that king is regretting the day it stepped up the board. Just an incredible line, but she has to calculate it without just throwing a piece away on f2, and maybe that's why she gave pause.
Maurice, Rachel already played knight at takes f2.
And we have it on the board. Wow, we might see some incredible excitement transpire on this board. This sacrifice, the knight just left h6 and turned into an attacking beast. Incredible.
Crazy stuff. But I love the variation that you showed, Maurice, because each move that black made, g5 threatened mate in 1. f4 threatened queen takes g3, mate in 1. h5 threatened bishop g4, mate in 1.
How
and every
fun
move
to
was a
play
mate
like
in
that.
1. Yeah, like I don't usually get to do that myself. Quite the sequence. And here we have it. Knight takes f2. Because you had mentioned that line a moment ago, Maurice, there was a move where I just give up the d. Oh, woe is me, I sacrificed the pawn on f2. That's not the way I play chess, by the way. I just want to be very clear. But maybe this is the best. Tatev could have played bishop b2 and queen d2.
Maybe, because now she just has to accept the draw. Just perpetual. Take on f2 and allow Rachel to give you perpetual. Don't go king f3 and allow g5 and walk into
is there a
checkmates.
perpetual, though? That was the thing that I wasn't clear about.
Yeah,
I played
after
g3,
take
queen
on h2,
takes.
and just king f1.
Okay, now look at my hand. Magic, magic, magic. All I got to do is play bishop h3 mate, right?
So you're still going to try g5?
The magical hand. Let's try it.
Oh, look at that. Tatev played queen d2. She did not take on f2. Maybe she
Well,
was afraid
she
of this g5 move.
Kudos to her to just say, okay, I lost an f2 pawn. It's not the end of the world. I can deal with that. Maybe that's not true, by the way. That's a pretty good pawn. But we do have queen d2 on the board. That, for a rapid chess game, that is quite a remarkable decision by Tatev.
You know, Rachel has two good options that I see. One of them is queen h4, just defend the knight. Another is queen f6, attack the d4 and c3 and the entire diagonal. Looks pretty good.
That's a very good move, actually.
And now
Queen
this is
f6.
where bishop on b2 would be very useful.
Right. Then I would have moves like knight takes d5 or some. And
Oh, no.
Knight
Quickly played.
e4. Knight e4 by Rachel. Queen f6. She didn't see queen f6. And now Tata's back in the game. I saw the chess bar. But I can't blame Rachel at all. I mean, the rook looks lovely on the e4 square, and she's got a coordinated attack against the d4 knight.
Yeah, I guess bishop e3 will follow here, and your rook does not stay on e4 for too long. And Rachel's problem is the same, the queenside development. The knight on b8, rook on a8.
Right.
That's a serious problem.
And we could have something similar to this position, but the bishop would actually even be better placed on b2, and that was
Still.
why that whole variation. But bishop f3 on, has she played bishop e3, by the way?
Yes,
That-
I think
that's the
Tata
live
just played
position.
it.
Okay, and the clock times 2-1 advantage in terms of
Yeah,
clock times for
Tata
Tata.
likes to take more time, and we saw how fast Rachel can play.
Wow, what she did against Irene Crash was brutal. Just playing on the clock consistently. Bishop takes e4.
Yeah, it's a very interesting position.
Now a setback for Rachel. She's got to figure out how. I mean, in her mind, she's probably thinking, "Hey, look, I won a pawn. What else can I win?
It should be better.
I mean, let's go, let's go." But if you're in Tata's position, you're kind of thinking to yourself, "Okay, I blundered a pawn,
But I'm
it
still
might turn
okay."
out to be genius. Bishop f3, and if I can get the rook to move, then the whole diagonal would collapse, and life would be great." Maurice.
Well, I just want to add to this position that the rook's not moving.
No.
I mean, you attack me, I'm not moving, right?
Right.
So maybe you just take right now on b5, and then if bishop f3, which is clearly your intention, play knight c6 and keep it going. You don't want to fall back behind in development, and maybe you're no longer thinking about winning, or maybe you shouldn't even deserve to think about winning. But at least you took 2 pawns along the way, and it's not that easy for white to get them back. Don't forget that that knight is pinned by the bishop on g7 down the diagonal. So if you play knight takes b5 at any point, you are giving up the exchange. I'm not necessarily saying we're going to take it right here, right now, but you do have to consider that.
Right.
So this position is simply sharp. I mean, a second ago, Rachel was on the back foot, and she played one best move, knight g4, one best move, knight f2. Unfortunately, she missed the next best move, queen f6, which was a tremendous move in the position. But this game is just 3 results right now, both sides just swinging.
Swinging for the fences, indeed. Let's turn our attention to the game of Anna and Zoe, because when we left it, we saw what Anna wanted, which was to activate her rook and to use her primary weapon. That primary weapon,
She's done that
c-pawn.
successfully.
Boom.
Rook made it to the 7th rank. It's a very happy rook, and now black is just sitting and waiting, right?
And well,
There's nothing Zoe can do.
Anna is eyeballing activating her king, forcing the king to a much lesser square, and then dominating with her bishop. Ooh,
This is the current position. I think Anna can start with bishop d5.
knight a6 check. Is that anything I have to worry about or not?
I think just move forward, king
Because
d5.
you're right. If you could get the setup bishop d5 and c5, that's a full Nelson, wrestling lock that you have on the position. So,
Yeah,
this
this is absolutely
looks
crushing.
really, really, really superb for white. Superb.
I think even without the extra pawn, it would be winning.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
just
you can remove the c5 pawn. It should still be winning.
just because black's pieces are so cramped. A game we kind of let slip by. Let's jump to a Leinier versus Awonder for just a moment, because at the moment the position I'm seeing is the queen side's completely locked, and Awonder's king is completely safe.
I think
so
Awonder had a good opportunity earlier to play f5 breakthrough, and Engine really liked black's position. I saw the bar was all the way down to the 1st rank, so I think Awonder missed some opportunities, and now it looks like an equal position. 2 knights and the queen endgame. Very closed position, hard to break through. As I said that.
Yeah, I was about to say, Awonder said, you know what, I don't want to trade queens because I want to attack.
that's a
Bar
bad
said,
move.
no. I don't like the knight on d3. I mean, I'm not unless I'm playing c5 and a pawn breakthrough. I'd like to scoot that knight over to the e3 square so I could play knight f5. So I'm looking at knight e1 to c2 to e3. What's your
I think
take?
c5 here is very strong.
Is it? Because that's
But
the...
look at Leinier's clock. He's down to 2 minutes. There's 8-minute difference
And
on the
he
clock.
has not played. He has, in fact, rerouted his knight. Let me
Let's
king
catch
f.
up with the
Wow.
players. I like Awonder's maneuver too. Knight going to g5.
Okay, so from Leinier's point of view, he's going to be able to defend this pawn.
Wait, queen g6. Can he hold on to that pawn?
Well, you can play knight c3, not
But
the
then
move
I go
want.
knight d7, knight c5, and then f5 will still come. I think Awonder still has good chances here.
Wow.
Feels
Feels like
Valborg keeps going back and forth.
jumping up and down, indeed. And by the way, huge difference on the clock.
Yes,
Oh
7.5
my goodness.
minutes. That's
Okay.
crucial.
So what I was thinking was that I could meet the move queen g6 with king d3, thinking I got everything under control.
I want to
But
take that
you
pawn so
said
badly, but yeah, knight d7.
knight d7, and I went,
Oh,
oh,
f5 is coming. No, this looks terrible.
no. So I can't play king d3. So queen g6 is going to provoke a reaction that I didn't want, which is passively playing knight c3. If queen g6, knight c3, then I really like what you're saying. You're
And
saying,
Awonder has done queen g6.
right? And what you're saying
F5.
is like, prep f5, put your knight on c5, where, by the way, is nicely
And then once
defended.
black queen opens and it gets the access to c2 and d3, it's just game over.
Then it's a collapse. I agree.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Awonder splits in.
The players are following our analysis, but from a
They're pretty
Wonder's
good,
point of
right?
view, yeah, they're very good. No, these guys are really strong. We don't get prize money for guessing their moves. I mean,
But we get bragging rights.
true that. Knight D, and that's far more important than mere titles. Knight D7 to C5, a Wonder's knight. You know why I love knights like that? Because they do the dual purpose of protecting the king. Black's king is super safe, while also, they're offensively minded, right? You're hitting the pawns on A4 and E4. Leinier's in trouble, and he's going to have to figure out where his counterplay might lie.
He only has 1 minute to figure it out.
It's got to be based on something like queen h4 and.
Let's just go f5 right away, Yasser. I'm not giving you the g4 pawn.
I get it, but like as white, I'm scrambling, looking for some source of play here, and I just don't see.
And
There
he's
we
done it,
go,
queen
queen
h4,
h4,
f5, very
By the
quickly.
way, a Wonder
Oh yeah.
just
He's
snapped.
not letting Dominguez think on his time.
No, down to 45 seconds is Leinier Dominguez, and his positions becoming dire. Queen
Absolutely.
h4. Oh, let me just.
King e3 just to keep the e4 pawn protected. But now the question is, when is the right time to open up the position?
Knight c5.
Yeah, let's start with knight c5, bring in reinforcements.
By the way, f4 check. F4 check is something.
Yeah, it's just winning now for black.
You
see
got to
the Valbar?
consider.
There's nothing left on the white side.
It's looking pretty grim. True that.
27 seconds for Leinier.
Again, a Wonder's
This
king.
will be a huge result for Awonder, winning with the black pieces.
Absolutely. And you
But
mentioned.
Leinier will have a chance to bounce back in the next game.
But he will have black pieces. If you open up that diagonal allow queen d3, it's not just invasion. It might be just simply checkmate.
7 seconds. We've
Queen-
seen Leinier make many moves with 1 second before.
Have we ever? I mean,
Queen h8. It's sad for white that queen doesn't have any checks on black king. None whatsoever.
so
You need the 3 moves to give a check.
f4 check, knight takes e4 is one way. That looks like a very attractive
Both look very good.
and the
I would
most
just take the
simple.
pawn.
Just taking the pawn?
Knight e4, yes.
Knight G takes E4 or F takes E4? Is there?
Let's see what.
Yes,
there we go.
he's
Knight
chosen
G
knight
takes
take.
e4 because I want to have Queen G5 check available.
Precisely. That's exactly what I was thinking as well.
One knight's come off the board, and how do you
Because the
defend from
knight-
the check?
Because
can't.
the knight is no longer there, the G5 square is accessible.
Awonder also plans to go Queen F7, Queen F5, go to F3, and that's over. Let's
Yep.
see, 5 seconds. Leinier plays Queen F8 with the hope of Queen E7 and some, but it's just one check.
Exactly. And now Queen G5 check, and maybe Queen to C1. We were talking about
Yeah, and
penetrating, right?
as we're reaching time trouble, things are heating up. Tatev is winning her game. Levon is winning his game. Anna Sargsyan's close to converting. A lot is happening, but we can
No draws.
no draws in the rapid section. Yes.
Exactly. I'm looking at Queen G5 and Queen C1. Is there another approach that Awonder might take? Queen H7 and Queen H1. Anything that
Queen G5 is very straightforward. Queen
Yeah.
G5, King E2, Queen C1. That's it.
That's it. And
That's
Queen
it.
E7 check.
But he has 8 minutes, so he's just making sure he's not missing anything
Anything.
for white. No counterplay.
By the way, I'm looking at knight to D7, just asking you to move the queen. If the queen goes to E7, for example, queen to F5 to F3, I find that attractive as well. Lots of winning moves, lots of time for Awonder. Maurice, what are you watching?
Yeah, hate to jump away from this one, but we know
Sure.
he's going to give a little bit of thought. We'll keep our eye on it. The game between Tatev Abrahamyan and Rachel Lee, it went from genius to downhill just like that. And what happened? It's almost as though she didn't trust this knight on F2. You know, you throw a knight into enemy position, you think, let's just get it out of there. And should have played the move Queen F6 here and kept the forward pressure. Forward is the operative word here. As much as I like retreating moves, this one was not great. That allowed white back in the game. This one was great. You see the forward move here, met by a defensive move on the knight on D4, and suddenly all of white's pieces are perfectly placed. Yes, she's down a pawn, but everything is developed, and the initiative was hers after this retreating move that was met by an attacking move, and yet another retreating move, and Tatev just kept the pressure on, now dropping her bishop back, and then the collapse when she repeated this rook move. I mean, your rook was just on that square, and that was all she needed. Grab me an exchange, grab me a pawn, grab me a second pawn, grab me a knight, and now everything is being hoovered off the board, and it's clearly all white for choice here. She just munched on everything, and now the position just busted. A sacrifice, hoping against hope that she can come back, but this endgame is clearly lost, and we just make a couple more moves, and guess what? A queen is coming. We can forget about this one. As Rachel, we know, will play to mate, but it indeed will be mate, as there it is. The queen has arrived. Rachel continues to play, and there is mate on the board. Not a great showing by her once she got in trouble, and Tatev, knowing she dodged something, but hey, I'll take the point.
Absolutely. Very, very important point. Thank you very much. As Tatev now needing a draw to eliminate Rachel. By the way, in the game between
Anna Sargsyan's game, because that game is about to end. She managed to get her king all the way to b6, and Zoe's just running out of moves at this point.
Yeah, Zugzwang. Tom, our producer, knows a little German now, thanks to us. Zugzwang is coming up. Transfer the king. White has, Anna has transferred her king to this great square b6.
Yeah, Zoe tried her best to create a passer on the king side, but it didn't work out. As you can see, it was just a trade, and now she only has knight a8 check, but then white king reroutes to d6, and it just get mated.
Exactly. Knight to a8 check.
50 seconds left for Zoe.
King c5 and king to d6. Wow. Okay, this is over, and the clock times.
It's a very, very good game by Anna Sargsyan, right?
It was smooth, literally from the opening to the ending, and it was sort of like when Zoe made that wrong trade on the d8, there was no coming back.
Right, it was equal, and then one wrong trade with rook d8, and Anna took that chance and never gave it back to Zoe.
Exactly, and she has made that beautiful transition of her king. Now, like every piece of white is better than its counterpart. Zoe just running out of moves here.
And also time, she's down to 30 seconds. But Maurice, what are your thoughts?
Somebody who's been living on less clock than this is Leinier, as he's getting mauled now as the black pieces have penetrated into white's position. As you can see, these last few moves being played, and this is the position we have on the board as the F2 pawn is dropped. Black is way ahead on the clock, clearly ahead in position, and the pawn that dropped, well, now at least he got a knight on E3. I'm going to say that's a little bit of good news, but it's not going to last because now a queen is seeking out the F2 square. He has to go backwards, it looks like. He's going to try to get his d pawn to move, but right now, queen F2 check is a serious threat, which I don't know any other move here than queen H2 in the position, although it just seems completely, there he is, he's played the move, and now a fantastic retreating idea.
Wow.
Bringing his queen to F8, stopping D6, and preparing to bring the queen to B4. Take a look at that.
That's a boss move
that
if
is
you've ever
saucy.
seen.
You got to be impressed by a move like that one. And I'm thinking queen B4 will be played in an instant in this position, or some such move has got to be devastating. I'm not sure if he noticed that his pawn was hanging, not that it matters, but the move knight takes has been played. And there's also a queen F1 sighting now that the knight has moved. That could be nasty as well. And he has played it. Queen F1 on the board, and he's going to do some very dirty things with a queen.
What geometry?
Gorgeous, the retreat and then back down. You're right, Yas.
Wow.
Absolutely lovely. And he
With
just played that
1
one with 1
second.
second left. But he could have a minute, he could have an hour. He's not saving this position.
It certainly is not. Wow.
Knight C5 and black's winning the queen in one move.
Well, the
queen
queen's
is protected.
But that's a nice little check because that's
the
a
knight is
knight on
hanging.
G4.
Leinier resigns.
And a very, wow, I just got to applause. I want to go to Levon
Beautiful game by
Aronian and
Awonder.
Sam.
Let's jump to Levon's game against Sam Sevian.
Wow.
Levon is winning also.
Also positional kind of domination. Just look at the pieces.
He also has an extra pawn. And yes, black has no counterplay, very passive position, just waiting for Levon to completely break through and checkmate. There's one check.
One check.
One check.
When is one check?
But there's rook D7 coming, then knight on C6 is hanging,
Okay,
black king is
should
open.
I play G3? That kind of exposes the
I'd
king
go
a little
king
bit.
H3.
You would. That was
Yes.
my question. Would you play
Just-
king?
Probably both of them are completely winning. Maybe even going to the first rank is fine, but king H3 looks safest.
King H3. Okay, that I just wanted to be sure about that one. G3 or King H3. King H3, Knight D4. Still
Knight where?
trying.
E5?
Pardon me, Knight E5. Giving up the D4 pawn. Trying my best to be ornery. King H3, as you predicted. By the way, 1 minute for
Yes.
Levon against 20 seconds and counting for Sam. Oh, there is Queen H5 check, Queen F5 check, and Rook D8.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, I noticed that just almost
And
the
that's
moment
an
I
easy win.
That's an easy one.
We have
And
an A pawn.
Yes. No, the queen and the passer almost always overcome a rook and knight.
He can go rook D8 right now. The move order should
Rook
not matter,
D8.
right?
Maybe even better. Yeah, I was thinking of forcefully winning the queen, but Rook D8 threatens of Queen F5 and yeah,
He
winning
can also play A6 right now because black cannot touch that pawn.
because of the same thing.
Yes.
Queen F5 check and Rook D8. A6 makes a
But
great deal of
it's very
sense.
tempting to just win the queen here.
Yeah,
Take the material so that guarantees you a win in endgame.
right.
20 seconds for Levon. He's going for the check, and he's going to pick up some material on the next move.
See, in those positions, I just couldn't resist playing moves like Rook takes D4. I was just like a pawn grabber, and it's sort of like all my threats, I'll maintain them. Queen F5 check, King H8 played with 15 seconds. And now Levon actually spent about 20 seconds. And look
Look
at this.
at that. Yeah, so you're happy, aren't you?
I mean, you know, restores my faith in humanity.
Rather than taking the queen, he's taking the pawn.
Exactly. Queen e8. Okay, Sam is doing his best to try to make. Whenever you're in a losing position, you have to ask yourself, what will make my opponent most upset?
Or even think.
Yeah, and usually that entails making threats towards your opponent's
Okay,
game.
this last move, King H2, was not the best, and now after Knight G5, there is some counterplay for Sam.
Queen takes H5, check is on. Oh, look at Levon.
That's, you defend the pawn, but now is the queen best played on G6?
No, it doesn't look like that's her most active square. In fact, it looks like the queen could actually end up a little bit
Out
stuck.
of play, right? Yes.
Stuck. Queen e7. Okay, give me the bishop. And
If
Sam
you
is
step-
fighting back.
Absolutely. If you go bishop b6, I have queen e5 check. That's not looking good at all for white.
No, no. And
So rook c4
Levon,
maybe to keep the pieces where they are.
yes, of course. The bishop is actually doing a great
But
job
What about
defending
rook
the
c8, Yasser? I'm forcing you to move your bishop. But he dropped down to the h2 diagonal, right?
Yeah.
Because now a5 pawn will be saved. 10 seconds for Sam. He's
Key
sitting
moment.
so calmly, even though
4
he has 4
seconds.
seconds on his clock.
Whoa.
Nice.
He played that move with 13 seconds. Okay.
Oh, he had 3 seconds.
3 seconds when he
Yes.
played that move. I beg your pardon.
We have 10-second increment in this time control.
But he doesn't want to move his bishop away from guarding his A pawn, but it doesn't seem as though the bishop is great on B6.
Queen G3.
But he's played it.
Oh, I was
Check.
thinking Queen G3 in order to stop, to guard the diagonal. Oh, the knight just went back. Okay.
And now Levon can bring the queen back out to f5.
But now we have check on D6. Check on D6.
Yasser, huge breaking news. Anna Sargsyan no longer winning.
Oh, come on.
I can't believe that's happening.
That is.
We
That's,
counted that game as over.
I certainly
Zoe's
did.
saving that game.
How is it possible? My goodness. By the way, Sam in desperate straits, but somehow still fighting. Very impressive. Queen e7, and he was a little bit concerned
We lost
because
too
now the
many
bishop.
pawns now.
Yeah, now the bishop is posting up on this against the g7 pawn. He's got to be mindful of rook c7. Rook c8, I suppose.
Actually, that's the only winning move, Yasser. Everything else is equal.
Not a
Because
surprise.
the
Not a
bishop on
surprise.
e5 is hanging.
Exactly.
So Levon will find it because it's the only move.
Yeah, as he said, sometimes I just want one good only move and I'll find it as compared to give me a lot of choices, tempting choices. 32 seconds to 16 seconds. Sam Sevian trying his best to overcome a material deficit here. And that material deficit is 2 pawns, but it's the outside A pawn in particular. There's no blockading it because the knight is so far away. Okay.
The rooks came off, and now simply
Queen f5 is like an
Queen
automatic,
C7 also
but
looks very good.
d4?
white has 2
Oh,
healthy
that-
extra pawns. White
that
king
is-
is quite safe on h2. No unexpected checks and perpetuals come in. So I
Right.
think Levon has this.
You're always
Under
mindful
control.
of knight f3 check and queen h4. Here you might even be thinking queen takes g7. It's just
Ooh.
that the knight is so far away. Maybe it doesn't work in this case.
Why not start with a6 and
Of
then take on
course.
g7?
Start with a6 with the idea of forcing the queen trade. But the a pawn is such a dangerous pawn for the knight.
d4.
d4. Okay, queen c2 check, opening up this type of possible line of attack.
Yeah, it's just too many winning ideas here for white and
Knight e6.
almost 0 counterplay for black. That bishop on e5 is fantastic.
That was a lovely move. Queen c2 check. Oop.
King g8, and do we push? Not yet. Queen on g6, so that black pieces cannot really move.
And trust me when I say Levon is eyeing
Very good to
queen
see
takes
that.
g7 and an a6 combination, saying your knight will, you may be a piece up, but the knight will be forever stuck on the queen side.
Okay, queen h4 check. Now he's threatening perpetual in one move.
Okay, that is just one move that you do not want to allow, and he stopped it. He just simply stopped it. Good.
Levon
decision.
playing very good chess, yes.
Yeah.
Now a6 is coming and knight c7 played with 3 seconds.
So there is a check, but you don't want to allow the perpetual check. There is a check, and you might, no, but no reason to do that.
No reason to be greedy.
I'd probably make a move like king h3 just to
Nice
say.
prophylaxis move. Levon has calculated
Whoa.
a6. Oh, if you take,
Yes,
well, we can't win the knight because of the perpetual, so what's the idea?
that is a question. We're about to find out, because
He's taking it with 2 seconds, check. Oh, there's no perpetual, queen comes back to f1.
oh, good. Well
tricky.
spotted. Nice. And the queen. We're seeing some geometry, aren't we, in these games? Because the game that Awonder just won it was
His
really
queen was
queen
fantastic,
f8 to
yes.
f1, and very nicely done.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're going to play this for a bit, but Levon is up a full piece.
Now,
so
how is
there's-
it that Anna?
Yeah, I think we
has
should jump
messed
to
up?
that game. Anna Sargsyan against Zoe Tang. How is, wow.
What?
I can't even explain how many things happened in this game to get this endgame to
It
this
was-
exact position.
It was a Zugzwang.
I mean,
the
it was
king on
unbelievable what
D6.
happened, and then somehow she is in the game. But it's been back and forth and back. The eval bar is having a heart attack, just the way this position has been going, and who knows what's going to happen. The only thing we do know is that she's still alive, and that is what Zoe Tang wants for the moment. And the time advantage is clear, down to now just 7 seconds. And you see, Anna Sargsyan, look at her, that nervousness when she just made her last move. And it's just been one of those roller coaster games. It's just been incredible. But now, is she okay? As the eval bar is showing, black is fine. But that means nothing as far as I'm concerned. I would not bet on this game if you gave me money.
And that's spoken like a true hustler. I mean, wow. I'm flabbergasted. Words fail. I just thought that Anna had such a dominating position. I couldn't imagine any other result than white wins. Wow.
That's the thing about fast time controls. No matter how winning your position is, you can still mess up just because you start seeing ghosts when you don't have enough time.
That knight has been so tricky. Look how beautifully it's harmonized with the rook to drive the king backwards. You don't want to go backwards, and then there may be a check somewhere that
Right.
happens.
And the pawn on c5, blocking the king from going to a nicer square. Uh-oh, rook e3. That suddenly, Zoe better back up with
Well,
rook
she
to
can go after
g4.
the c5 pawn as well. She could play knight a6 and win the c5 pawn.
It's good for her that
Okay.
white is that the king is cut out of the action by the rook sitting. As soon as I said it, she moved the rook off the file. Levon, of
the
course,
way-
won his game because that was completely over. Let's get back to the other position. And right now, she's done it again. She got the king off, but this time with a potential rook
Threat.
d7. Watch out now.
Hello.
Time to move the knight off of that square if you're smart. Knight.
But knight to a6, and she's thinking, well, if you give me a check and I drop back with my king, how are you going to defend the pawn on c5?
Good point. And not only that as well, I just noticed that white's king is cut off. And here it is again. Both kings about to, well, do you go to
Wait a
d8?
minute. Oh, I'll go to d8 now.
Just to hunt the pawns down?
Well, not to hunt the pawns down, but I love the dark square blockade.
Yes, indeed.
Whoa, and
Okay, she's found a way
Anna's just
to
kind of
save her
like-
pawn, but there's no way white makes progress anymore.
no.
So what are they playing for? What's in the mind of the two players? Are they still playing for wins?
They're just trying to find the next move.
Good point.
Exactly. I really think that's the case. They're just simply trying their best to find the next move. Here, I probably, Zoe at one time wanted to bring a rook and chase
Maybe
this
she
bishop?
doesn't want to allow rook g5, but he could still go rook f2, right?
Right,
Yeah.
and eventually go after the c5 pawn. But
They both have
it's
40
clock times?
seconds.
Yeah, 40 seconds, 45 to 40.
They removed 76, by the way. This might be one of the longest games we've had. Knight c7.
Wow, well, that's a big
Knight
concession. It looks like.
c7.
The good news, though, for Black, if I
Yes.
may say, there are different things that Black can be happy about, is that you can't double attack the g3 pawn. The bishop is very firmly blockading on g2, but you can't pressure the g pawn anymore. So,
But I was about to say, Maurice, now that you told me that, maybe I should be trying to kick the. Say to the king, okay, you do your duty, your sentry, you're on sentry watch. Keep an eye on the passed pawn, but maybe knight f4 and tickle the bishop.
yes, why not?
Why not?
The rook by itself will have difficulty making any progress, and knight f4 has got her a little concerned.
King
She's now bringing her
c3.
king over.
Okay, here we go. Big moment. Knight f4. And Zoe, who was in Zugzwang, those of you joining us late, we had just called this game for Anna 30 moves ago. But Zoe fought back.
Whoa.
I like that move, rook g5.
Wow.
Nice move.
That just basically forces the draw because the c pawn, you can't get the dark square blockade. So she is clearly playing for a draw now, that you can see.
Yeah. And her point, too, is if Anna decides that she's going to try to keep the rooks for whatever reason, there's even a rook g7, and there's a rook g5, and there's a rook
There's
g7.
knight f4 winning, actually.
Oh, knight
there.
f4 winning even. So, sorry.
Actually, Anna has
well,
to be
that's
careful.
that's
not-
possible.
Whoa. There's a knight f4 sighting.
You know, sometimes you play for a win.
Here
when
it
you
is.
shouldn't.
Here it is. Big
Here
moment.
it is. Will she play this move, rook h5?
Oh no, she needs to take on g7 to make.
But
the draw.
she might play. She has to be careful now.
Yes,
she
she
has to
does.
spot knight f4.
Knight f4.
And
Yeah. She's finally acquiesced to the draw. Has Anna realizing that she let one slip away. There goes knight takes c5. And Zoe lives for another day.
What a
What a
save.
remarkable save.
This just shows you to never resign, because I would have resigned.
I just thought, wow, I'm still kind of reeling.
She's
Yeah.
disgusted. Look at Anna. She's disgusted. How is it possible that I let her survive that one?
Wow.
And now that we have some time, let's check in with the classical games. Let's go to Fabiano's game against Wesley. So we have a very interesting position out of the opening.
Berlin with knight c3, and we used to see so many games with c2, c3. Knight c3 has become a rage. Bishop g5, and kind of shades of the game of Leinier, where the g5 that we just
A little
saw.
bit similar,
bit.
but
Oh, check that move out. Bishop b4.
Knight
Wow.
c3.
I mean, okay, that was not the way we were taught by our coaches. Our pieces are already developed.
Don't move them again.
Well, exactly.
Especially twice.
Bishop b4, I would have expected, I don't know, knight d4. Maybe there's a knight. Bishop e6, I don't know. Bishop b4. But look at what Wesley did. He forced the trade of two minor pieces and doubled his pawns.
He allowed that. He didn't have to do that.
Not at all.
And now f5.
Wow, crazy position. Maurice, over to you.
And if we go from that position, we go to another position from the other game between Carissa and Alice. And I want to show you a delightful little sequence here. You've got to see this because it was so pretty. And the line went c4. I'm attacking your queen. Well, no, I'm attacking your queen. Excuse me. Well, I'm taking your knight. Well, no, I'm taking your knight. What's up? The back rank mate in the position. Well, I guess I'll attack your queen. Well, sure, you're attacking my queen. I'll stick it in your face. You want to take it now? Oops, still can't take it. And there's a queen h2 sighting, so she had to play g3, and now queen f3. And then she's like, okay, let's trade queens in this position. But you don't see that kind of tit for tat happen back and forth in the opening / transition to the middle game kind positions. That was quite entertaining. And I got to say, by the way, I love this format because these players are proceeding slowly at classical pace. And we've had so much drama in the other 4 games already before we cut back to this. And then we'll be back to more rapid chess drama All chess should be like this.
Thank you, Maurice. And talking about drama, tell us about the results of the very, very eventful elimination bracket going on.
We had almost all decisive games in the women's section. Tata Abrahamian won her game against Rachel Lee, and Anna Sargsyan, what an escape by Zoe Tang. That game ended in a draw.
Amazing. An elimination bracket in the Open.
In the Open, we had Levon Aronian win his game against Sevian, and Leinier Dominguez going down with the white pieces against Awonder Liang.
But an absolutely gorgeous victory there by Awonder Liang. We've reached that point in this show where I like to win a game of Stump the Commentators.
We like
Shall
the challenge.
Yes.
The question today is, which opening move has the highest score for white across all formats in the American Cup? That's very tricky.
I have to go with the English. I've been in English
Really?
C4.
Okay.
Yeah, baby.
I'm going with E4.
Oh, come on. That's best by test. Maurice, what are you doing on this one? E4, D4, C4, knight F3.
Well, Maurice
will
let us know later.
I'm going to choose for Maurice. He's going to play knight F3 because he's the
So no one's picking D4, and that's going to be the right answer, of course. Well, as we're going to the break, you will have the opportunity to see Irene Sukandar with Grandmaster Robbie Kevlishvili give you some insights. So enjoy, and we'll be back shortly.
Fabi, hearty welcome to this year's American Cup.
Thanks.
We got to talk about it. The big event is coming up at the end of this month. And of course, I'm referring to the candidates. Give us your perspective and how you're approaching the candidates tournament.
Yeah, I think it'll be a very difficult one, a very close one. And it's, chess is changing constantly. And I think we're at that point in the information age of chess that everyone is so well prepared and also has improved their play. You have to be at your best, and you have to find their weak points. It's really difficult these days to outplay players, especially top players. So I think it's going to be a really close contest. That's what I'm expecting.
You said outplay your opponent. That's very, very hard to do. But in some ways, you've also got to outsmart your opponent in terms of your preparation, and that's become such a vital part of top-level tournament chess today. What are you doing to outsmart your opponents?
Well, it used to be that if you outsmarted your opponent, the opening you would just win the game.
Exactly.
Now you hope for some advantage or a replayable position, and that's how you outsmart your opponent. Yeah, the margins are smaller. You're not hoping for as much as if I think back to top-level play 10 years ago, or more than 10 years ago, yeah, you would see people occasionally getting blown out of the opening, and that just doesn't happen anymore. I mean, exceedingly rarely.
You won the candidate, you played in the World Championship, you know the pressure that these candidates have. First of all, they're a marathon event. Let's face it, I mean, who plays 14 rounds? It's a pressure cooker. What qualities are you going to have to show to be a winner?
Yeah, I think it's very psychological. I mean, the pressure will affect everyone. There's nobody who's immune from that, except if you're no longer in contention, and then it's less pressure and more some despair, which happens to
also,
people at
it
the end of the
affects
event.
everybody.
I mean, if you can't win, it's obviously not a fun situation. But for everyone who's fighting for the top places, the pressure is enormous. There's no way to get out of that, but you can try to do your best to deal with it. Like, nobody performs as well under pressure, but you can try to mitigate it so that you're not falling apart, which happens to many people and has happened to me. I've seen it in others, I've seen it in myself, like in Madrid in 22. The pressure and other factors got to me and I collapsed. And I've also had times when I dealt with the pressure successfully, right? In 2018, there was some despair after I lost to Karyakin, and also pressure that led up to that loss. It's not like I did everything perfectly, and I wasn't psychologically at my best during the middle of the tournament. But the last two rounds, I dealt with it well, and also a little bit of fortune. Some minor things, like these minor things which you wouldn't notice from the outside. Levon choosing to play the Marshall or the Berlin. I kind of attribute this a lot to me winning that game. Right. That he chose to play the Marshall, and I had something there, and in Berlin we were just scrambling with no idea before the game. And those were his two openings. It was just 50-50. He comes to the board, he plays the Marshall, I get a huge advantage from the opening. It's like a small detail, but it can sometimes make a difference in these very close affairs.
Yeah, the margins are so very, very close.
Fabi, thank you so much, and really the best of luck, not only in this American Cup, but also in the candidates. Make us proud.
Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the show break. And today I'm joined by Grandmaster Robbie Kaflishvili. Welcome Robbie to the show.
Thank you, Irene. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. And well, Robbie is also the live commentator on site here at the San Luis Chess Club together with woman Grandmaster Talia Cervantes. So if you would like to come by to the club, we will also have a live commentary here at the Queen side, part of the San Luis Chess Club. So Robbie, I think let's dive into the games. Which one would you like to see first?
Yeah, we were having a great time with the live analysis. We had like 10 people in there already from the very beginning. And the game we looked at the most is the game by Tatev and Rachel, which heated up very quickly. And the most important moment was around here, I suppose, where Rachel is actually threatening to play knight takes f2. And Tatev chooses to kind of ignore it, and we were calculating a whole bunch of lines here. But it wasn't really too surprising that White chose to not go for any of these things and remained very double-edged.
So what happened after King takes f2? Because this is the sacrifice that that maybe Tatev missed.
Yeah, I assume the whole plan is to go here. Of course, attack on the bishop and on the king. So you have to go. You cannot go back. So you have to go g3, and then you take. And I guess this would be the most logical continuation. And if White is trying to get more with king f3, all of a sudden you have these lines with g5, where you know, if you take, there's queen h5, and you can win it. Or maybe there's even, we were discussing this in the commentary with f4. But you know, at least you have queen h5, so that makes it very easy. But I guess that didn't happen, and Tatev chose to not engage at all. And I guess it was a strategy that worked out pretty well, because here we realized that even though Black is up a pawn, bishop f3 is coming, there's still not a lot of development for these pieces over here. So maybe actually White is doing pretty well, and she managed to very soundly outplay Rachel going forward, and
that was a very nasty tactic in the end, with this knight takes c6, and however you take it, d5 would fall anyway, and then I think that is the turning point in the Tatev's game, and in the end, fast forward, she managed to give a checkmate on e8. Yeah,
that's very rare, right, to actually see a checkmate on the board. But I feel like Rachel has allowed her opponents to give checkmates earlier in this tournament as well.
I think so this is her. Probably in the previous matches against Alice, she gave in to 2 checkmates. So so I think this is at least the third one or not more. So let's go to the next one. Which one?
The next game I thought was interesting is this game between Awonder and Leinier Dominguez, where Awonder played very provocatively with bishop g4, early on, which is generally not the way to play these types of positions, but he got a very imbalanced position and went for the attack with himself with g5. And when Leinier maybe didn't pick the right way to defend, Awander's pawn structure became good again, and he was able to slowly get his pieces into the game. And after making a right couple of trades over here, it looks like maybe this endgame should be dead equal, but actually there's still a lot of venom in this position, and Awonder was just faster with putting his piece on nicer squares. And it looks nice. Maybe you would think that White has everything under control now, but after knight d7, putting the knight on c5, and then f5 as well, all of a sudden the White position completely collapses, and Awonder won pretty smoothly after that, picking up a free pawn, and then also he managed to eventually infiltrate, and also Leinier had very little time at some point, so it's very tough for him to hold.
That's a very neat position for the king over there on a7, just hiding very safely while the other pieces are working towards all the attack to the king. Yeah, it's such a a wonderful play by Wonder. So, well, we have also another decisive result in the rapid game for the first rapid game.
Yeah.
And it is between Levon versus Sevian. So we look at this game quite briefly, and we think actually Levon has been playing it very smoothly, yeah?
Yeah, I would say this is a very clean looking game. Definitely the least exciting out of all of the rapid games today, but I guess there's beauty in that as well because he got a very symmetrical position, got the bishop pair, or got the bishop against the knight, and from this moment on he actually made it look very easy. He grabbed some space on the queen side, and eventually pushed some pawns on the king side as well, slowly pushing away Sam's pieces and breaking open the center. And after rook b5, which is a very nice move, he got himself the opportunity to create a passed pawn. And in the endgame, after some smart maneuvers, some little threats, for example, here with queen g3, the nice little threat is
it's
to go
very
here.
sneaky, yeah.
Yes, so he got his pieces active. And, you know, I would be very happy with a game like this, playing against anybody, basically, but maybe for Levon, this feels like, you know, another day in the office. And yeah, you can see this rook has not moved the entire game.
Right.
This knight is
very restricted, yes.
You would rather have it on b8 probably and have not moved the entire game. But yeah, and also we know outside pass pawn.
Outside pass pawn. It's very, very dangerous, yep.
Very dangerous, and Levon took it, used it to his advantage very well, picked up some pawns on the way, and he ended up with a very cute tactic that we wanted to look at.
Ooh, rook c8,
Rook
yes.
c8 here,
Very nice.
trading some more pieces, and then it looks like, you know, it's definitely winning. The question is just how does he get there? Coordinating his piece a little bit, and now the final blow, a6.
Wow.
Because if this pawn gets to a7, it will definitely get to a8.
Yep.
And after knight takes a6, there's queen c8, picking up the knight.
And you're a piece up, and that's, well, you know the rest of the story, yeah?
Exactly. One little detail, of course, is that you have to make sure there's no perpetual.
No perpetual, exactly.
Great board vision after queen e1, queen f1.
And it's a very hard move to envision during the game too. Like all of this, if you draw all your pieces back like this, because we've seen so many games in this event as well when players actually miss that they could move their pieces back and then somehow protect everything in the background, but not with Levon this time because he saw everything. And then we also saw a missed win in the game between Anna Sargsyan versus Zoe Tang.
Yeah, this was also a very interesting game. For the longest time, it looked like Zoe was in, was in book.
Yep.
Because she was still playing everything very quickly here. Queen b8 is also a move you would not make if you don't know it. But they got an endgame after, in which
a theoretical endgame.
A very theoretical endgame, and I guess rook h d8 was a bit of a mistake. Probably rook h c8 makes more sense, because then you have just more forces to protect the b5 pawn. But after rook d8, this pawn actually meant something, and for a long time it looked like Anna was very close to bringing it home.
And you can see it in the eval bar over there, like it's just over the roof then.
But when it was time to cash in the point, it was a little bit more difficult than she maybe anticipated. Zoe was putting up great resistance. But you know, you would think with so many pawns, it's 3 pawns up now. It should be pretty easy, but it's actually not that easy. And the moment where it went south here, so we picked up this pawn, and you would say that after king b6, the game is like completely over. And it is, but you actually have to find something pretty neat here. You have to go bishop a6, king d8.
Yep.
And you, all you want to do basically is push your pawn forward, of course, but you can't. And the way to do it is to play rook b7 here. So you can force his checkmate, and then force his check, and then force the king up. So actually, if you play g3 here, you can just go rook b8, king
and
e7.
pick up the knight, and then rook g8, controlling the pawn from behind.
Exactly.
And then you seal the deal, right?
So if Anna had just found, we were discussing that it's actually not that easy.
It was not easy, especially with so little time on the clock.
Yeah, and also it's kind of surprising that once she didn't find this and played rook a2, it's actually just objectively not winning anymore.
Yep.
So that must have been pretty frustrating. So we'll have to see how she bounces back in the second rapid game, because this might be a bit of a mental blow. But yeah, for the rest of the game, it was pretty clean.
Yeah, and yeah, Zoe defended this endgame very well, and they have to play the the next rapid game in about maybe 30 minutes from now. But let's take a look quickly at the game between Carissa Yip versus Leslie because Robbie, I have something to tell you in this game. Up to this moment, after B6, they are actually following a game between Rachel Lee versus Alice Lee. So Alice Lee is repeating herself from the game that they played into 2024. And it ended with a draw. But here, I think in this position, if I'm not mistaken, Rachel Lee played C4 immediately. But in this position, Carissa played knight G5. So just a little bit different to their game. But it shows to us that Alice Lee is a very well-prepared player in this game because after even knight G5, she kind of like blitz out all of these moves very smoothly, and now we are landing into the current position where it is already queenless. So, well, it's going to be pretty a long end game, I guess, for this one, although it's a queenless position. And well, I think we are going to get ready for the second rapid game and see who's going to be knocked out in today's games. And well, we'll see you again on the next break.
Yes.
Welcome back, everyone, and thank you, Irene and Robbie. Now let's answer our question.
Did I win again? I went with the English on the stump.
Did
the
anybody
commentators.
win?
Did anybody win?
Just a reminder, the question was, which opening move has the highest score for white across all formats in the American Cup? And we have all the top moves: E4, D4, C4, knight F3. Yasser went with the English, I went with E4.
And the drum roll answer is
Probably D4.
Da, 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 da.
We have to
Wait one more time.
We have to be patient.
We're waiting for the
getting
reward.
anxious. I need a point. I need to get one right.
I need to get 1,000 right. Knight F3. That was the one I was going to choose for Maurice.
He didn't
wasn't
hear
here.
You, so
Knight
we don't
F3.
give him a point. But that's shocking, actually, Knight F3.
Wow.
To be fair, I have 16 wins in the American Cup, and half of them were Knight F3, so I should have thought of that.
I voted for you, Maurice, Knight F3. You can thank me later. Results.
Yeah,
results.
and they had to play a surprising one, right? Because you wouldn't suspect it, but
no, it is unsuspected.
Well, I thought C4 was actually the surprising one.
C4, yeah. Really
Let's take a look at the results in the elimination bracket so far. They played their first rapid games. Tatev won her first game against Rachel Lee, and in the other match, Anna Sargsyan drew against Zoe Tang. But what a game that was!
If I'm Zoe, I feel like I got away with one. I won
Zoe
a victory.
feels like she won, and Anna feels like she lost.
Absolutely, and in the open?
In the Open, we had two decisive results. Levon Aronian won his game against Sam Sevian, and Awonder Liang defeated Leinier Dominguez.
And just a beautiful geometrics at the end by Awonder. What Awonder's queen did, going to F8, to go to A3, to go to F1.
It's beautiful.
Very, very impressive.
And soon they'll be back to play rapid game number 2. But meanwhile, we have two classical games going on. Let's jump in with Fabiano and Wesley, but first, over to you, Maurice.
yes, I'd like to talk to you guys about how much I enjoy this format. It's the first time that I've been involved in it as a commentator, and it's just so diverse. The variety is the word I'm looking for. The variety of classical, rapid, blitz, who's being eliminated, who's still in it, who's being double eliminated. It keeps you on your toes, and you have to follow all the action. You're not sure what's happening when somebody loses. What happens today, though, is very, very clear, and that is another group goes home because this will be the second match that they lost. Everybody else is on the edge. They can't afford to lose another match. Meantime, we have players who are calmly playing classical, who have never lost a match. So they're okay, even if they lose this match, even if somehow we look at Fabi and Wesley here, and it's Carissa and Alice on the other side. If they lose this match, they play 2 classical games, and if somehow they lose the match, they're still in it. It's like, doesn't anybody go home? Well, not if you don't lose, and then you got to lose again in order for that to happen. And you think you're playing a finals. This looks like the finals. Heck no, this is only day 5. We got a lot of days to go because the grand final will be in 4 or 5 days. So it's just an incredibly interesting format. And I truly love the idea, and I'm definitely going to be trying to figure out how to design a tournament this way, of rapid games going alongside classical games to start. Because if these were the classical games only we were following, we'd be sitting here wondering, are you going to move already? What's happening next? But we had so many rapid games in action that we could follow both quite easily, and the action just never stops. In fact, right now, before the rapid starts, we're in a little bit of a relax phase, just following the classical, waiting for the rapid to start again. And then when those are over, the classical games will be in time trouble phase, and we'll be able to pick that up as well. So it's just a fun format overall.
Well, welcome to the American Cup edition number 5. It's great to have you
As I said,
on board.
It's my first time as a commentator.
Doing commentary.
It's the first
And
time as
for
a
you
commentator
too.
to be able to enjoy it.
I'm the barnacle to the ship. I have been here from the start to the finish. You youngsters are now appreciating what the American Cup is.
But Yasser,
Yeah.
question.
Sure.
Who designed the American Cup?
I would love to take the credit. I did not design it. Joy, Tony, they were the ones who worked on it the most. Maybe Gary had something to do with it as well, but
I'm not buying it.
It wasn't me. I would love to take credit.
We need to find that out. We need to give whoever it was credit for coming
I
up
agree.
with this format, because usually I'm the one that comes up with the original formats around here. Just saying that modestly.
And what's your excuse? Well, you've been playing.
Yeah, I was going to say, Maurice,
that's a very good excuse.
you love this format as a commentator. I can tell you that players love it as players too. It's the most interesting format. For many reasons, but especially one. You know how when you're having a bid tournament,
you don't want to be around.
A classical tournament, and you lose 2 games in a row, and then you still have to stay and keep playing, and that's just miserable for everyone. Here, you lose 2, you're out, go home.
That's right.
Focus on the next tournament.
You get that double elimination as opposed to the World Cup, and that's what I really enjoy. And I like it because of all the formats and the changes, and the players are being eliminated and they're on the edge. And yeah, it's as a commentator, there's always drama, so it's much easier to call than just a long classical event. And as much as I enjoy classical chess, this is a really, really nice event to be a commentator on. We do have games, and one game in particular in the Open, the Fabi versus Wesley game, after the move e4, I've been noticing that that Fabi has gone into a deep slump right here, as he's facing a very difficult choice. On the one hand, he's a pawn up, and he's thinking to himself, well, maybe I should just defend the pawn. Knight to h4.
With the intention to trade on f5 afterwards,
With the intention of trading on f5, right, and getting an ending that he's probably feeling good at. Another approach is to play knight d2, and in case of bishop takes f5, he's probably thinking, well, can I possibly do the old, the old double attack, hit the pawn on h6?
I thought you were going to play g4. I like queen e3 too, but there's also a g4 move, right? That's very interesting.
Yeah, should I be thinking in terms of castling long and starting with g4 followed by castling long? This is why he's gone into such a slump, because the crossroads are so completely different.
Absolutely. Between knight e2 and knight h4, you will end up with a completely different type of middle game.
Let me just
There's
show.
even knight g1, honestly. I mean, it doesn't look as good as the other two, but it's a move to consider as well.
Let me just show one other thing that he's thinking about. If you play the move knight h4, and you mentioned knight takes f5, let me hit you with a different approach by Wesley. Wesley says, I'm not interested in the pawn. Give me your knight.
And if I give you a check?
On g3, I go queen g5.
I would castle here short.
And
Although I'd much rather be castling long.
Exactly. And then it's off-putting.
Here we go.
Here we go. What
Fabi
did he
plays
finally?
knight d2. I'm hoping we're going to see g4 and long castle. I want an exciting position. And
Can we just see how long it took him to play that move knight to d2? Let me just refresh.
16 minutes. And
16 minutes.
almost 17 minutes, yes.
So you started with 90, so that was a considerable amount of time, a very, very critical moment, critical decision. Fabi playing knight d2, sorry. Yes, please.
And you know he was thinking about that move before he took on f5, because he was expecting e4. So
Right,
he really, this was the critical moment for him.
yeah.
And now I think
Wesley's
he's going to play
recaptured.
next move fast, right?
Yeah.
Because he's expecting bishop f5.
So are you expecting g4
I'm
and
team
castles?
g4, yes.
Yeah.
There's also
like it.
knight f1, but it's not as exciting as g4.
Well, knight f1 is such a positional move, right?
Yes.
You want to kind of make a blockade. I like this whole concept of castling long in g4 because when I look across the board and I see my opponent's king shield, you put the f7 pawn over on g7 and it looks okay. The g7 pawn on the f7 square feels like black's king is a bit more vulnerable than white's, and I do like g4 and your whole concept of castling and going for the attack with h4. Let's go to the other game of Carissa for just a second. And
Carissa and the Alice are in an endgame.
and this is a very typical ending from a Petrov defense, a Russian defense. I actually like black's position. I think the endgame is even, but I'm with Capablanca 100%. I see 3 pawn islands for white. I see 2 pawn islands for black. I don't like the move c5 and perhaps irritating, so I would have played the move c7, c6. I'm not saying it's the only move, let's say just to get you to drop back. And then the idea of f5 I might find attractive. I might find rook e4 even more attractive, or rook e6 for black. But I think it's easier play for Alice. Your perspective.
To me, it looks completely even, but
Completely
I
even.
see your point, Yasser. And also, this is something we don't see often. Alice has twice as much time as Carissa Yip. Carissa is one of the fastest players,
We never
not just
see
in
that.
this tournament, but in general.
That's amazing. I am.
It's because Alice
I'm shocked.
is very good at playing the Petrov. She's experienced, she knows it very well, and maybe Carissa is not as comfortable in this opening.
Well, there you go. F7, F5 by Alice, and we're in agreement that things have gone well for Alice. Maurice.
Yeah, I would just like to echo that point because Carissa, we know, is a rock'em sock'em player. She likes to attack. She likes to play super sharp tactics, and we know this about her. You put her in a boring end game, and look how she looks. Bored.
Bored.
What am I supposed to do here? It just doesn't look like fun. She's vibrant. She's aggressive. She wants action. She shows off her pyrotechnics tactically when she has sharper positions to play. And she's just brutal in the execution, ruthless even when she has you down. And she just sees those moves instantly. This kind of position where it's more solid, more sedate, she's not happy. She's thinking, how do we make a draw here? because she can look at it and tell this is pretty even. And she knows, as you said, Nazi, Alice knows how to play the Petrov, this kind of position. It doesn't even have to have come from a Petrov. It's just so solid. It's just so more or less flat. It's people like Yasser Seirawan who could draw blood from a stone or water from a stone or whatever the phrase is actually. For in these types of positions, to make something start to happen or even to get excited about the position. I mean, I see you, Yaz, and you're like, maybe you could try this, that. I'm kind of liking black here, while the rest of us are going, can we start over? Can we get a new position, please?
Don't give me too much credit. That one Magnus Carlsen, that guy is really, really incredible in terms of drawing blood from a stone. But in this position,
squeezing
water out of a stone. Look at you, got me thrown off. Because Alice played F5 and she didn't include C6, I'm thinking, if I'm in Carissa's shoes, by the way, that I would be playing C5 at this point. I'm looking to...
And if I play C6 now?
Okay, and let's say I drop back with the rook. Rook to B2, just to defend the rook.
This in between move F4. I'm not sure if I should have included C6, but let's try it now.
Pardon me, in this exact moment. So I temporarily win a pawn. Just a second, let me give myself...
For a move or two, yes. Let's take on E3.
Let me give myself as much credit as I can get. 4 rooks versus single rooks.
Yeah, you're going to have 2 central pawns, D and E, but I have 3 versus 1 on the other side. It's just a draw, right? One of them would have to make a big mistake to lose this.
Yeah, I think
really
that's a
mistake.
very fair... If I had E4 and King E3, I would feel like, well, maybe I've got a little smidge, but no, you're right. That's very, very, very balanced indeed.
Actually, let's go back to Fabiano because unfortunately we didn't see G4. We didn't see Knight F1.
All the moves we wanted to get
different idea.
and hope for, let's say. Indeed, I remember earlier in the tournament when Awonder against Fabi played Queen B3 to G3, and I was mystified by that move.
Right?
Yeah, right. And here we're seeing Queen G3, kind of mystified by that move. Why did
Black
Fabi?
King wanted to go to H file anyways.
Absolutely, 100%.
What's his follow-up idea? I wonder. Maybe he wants to.
Bishop G4. That doesn't.
No, there's Rook G8.
Doesn't make sense. Why would? Because you seem to be inviting Black to make the moves that Black wants to make. King H7, D5, Rook G8. I don't know.
We'll see.
Knight
We're about
G.
to see. Maybe he wants to play Queen F4 and provoke D5 so that Knight doesn't go to D5. Is that a possibility?
Well, for me as Black, if I could get 2 moves, and I would really like to get to Knight G6 and Queen G5. So if you put your Queen on F4,
you are not going to get that.
I'm kind of thinking that, okay, I defend my pawn on E5.
Let's say I castle long now.
I'm kind of thinking that I might aspire to
So
get...
you're still going to manage Knight G6. Yeah, I wish my pawn was already on H4.
Yes, those kinds of things. A very unexpected approach by Fabi, but Maurice, isn't this... I mean, Fabi, his whole career has been a fabulous calculator, and he looks at positions really deeply. Is there a forcing variation that Fabi's calculating that we're missing?
I don't see one.
That's my question.
I don't see one, and I'm checking now, and it looks like his next best move is going to be castles and get into that position.
So King H7, there's no line that Fabi would have, because we were looking at other moves than Queen G3. We're mystified by Queen G3.
Yeah, and to be frank, when you say, all right, I'll give you, other than captures and other than checks, I'll give you 3 free moves.
As white.
As white, yeah. I'll give you 3 free moves.
Right.
Just don't capture anything or check me, all right? Or just go ahead. And you look at what's the queen sitting on G3 and you go, what would be those moves? And now the move also, am I seeing right? Did he just play bishop C4?
No, knight C4.
Okay, so.
He wants to blockade.
So that is a definite threat to the position, right? As a concrete move. And so I can't give you another move. I have to push the pawn. So we'll push the pawn up. And now you get to play knight E3, I assume.
Right.
And then we drop our bishop back. And now we're threatening F5 and F4. We're also potentially getting a rook to G8.
Right.
So what was the bonus to this maneuver? and is quite like quizzical.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Now
What did
that
you
mentioned
achieve?
F5, F4, I'm starting to like black.
Yeah, what have you achieved? Indeed.
Maybe he wants to go in. Maybe he's calculated. I mean, that's got to be wrong, right? Just go in to the
Might
position.
get stuck there.
Queen to D7, and you want to capture on F5? That's
No, first of all, even taking the pawn on B7 looks ridiculous. Because,
right, of course.
Right,
So,
so
bishop E6.
So even bishop E6, if you want to take this pawn, and then I play queen B6, and now you literally have to, well,
rook G8, queen B2. Black is the one
Black is
happy.
thrilled that this is happening.
Yeah, he's got. Wesley would be delighted with that outcome.
I'm sure Wesley's sitting there going, "This is Fabiano Caruana I'm playing, though. Let's be real. He's not just giving me tempi, allowing my position to solidify itself and then consolidate itself. The solidification by this move, the consolidation by bishop on a good square, and then the move to create aggression with F5 and F4, even rook G8. It looks like he is fixing Black's position on every move. The king is also, by the way, safer on H7 than it is on the G file.
Thank you for that.
I mean, the moves you were talking about, Yaz and Nazi, before this, the idea of G4 was so attractive because now if you say, give me 3 free moves, I'll say, well, I'll play G4. I won't even worry about your bishop. I'm going to play H4 and H5 and G5 or G5 first right away. I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I didn't say just play those 3 moves, right? That you can see as a clear plan. What he's doing now, quite paradoxical.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Maurice, because yeah, I didn't pick up on queen G3 at all, and I'm with you. Now, see, if you, in that position that we looked at with the knight on E3, if you let F5, F4 slip in, I mean, hello, and Wesley kind of saying, well, this has unexpectedly worked out nicely in my favor. This is my analysis board is on the right. We're expecting after the move knight C4, as played by Fabi, the move D5. So this is the current position, and we've been looking at D5, knight E3, bishop E6, with pretty
I highly doubt this
clear.
is what Fabiano wants, putting the knight on E3. It must be knight D6, and maybe he's going after the B7 pawn.
Well, I'm a
Let's
pawn
check that
grubber,
out.
and I'm definitely having
Because if he wanted
doubts.
knight on E3, he could have gone knight F1, knight E3. You don't.
Why
Yeah.
include queen G3 check?
Exactly.
So let's just ask the question,
And
bishop
let's
E6.
take on B7, and if you go queen B6, can I meet it with queen B3 and keep the extra pawn? Nope. You're taking 2 of my pawns, okay. Yeah. Now,
And
what
by
do I
the
do?
way, I'm more than happy to trade my B7 flank
Of course.
pawn for this beautiful D4 central pawn. So that can't be what.
Yeah, I guess we'll see in a couple of minutes what Fabiano had in mind. But also, let's not
Rapids.
forget, second game of Rapids are about to start. Players are getting ready. And let's remind everyone what happened in the first round.
We had a lot of winning results.
Yes, Tatev Abrahamian won her first game against Rachel Lee. Anna Sargsyan was extremely close to winning, but Zoe Tang escaped with a draw. And in the open section, we had both decisive results. It was Awonder Liang who won against Leinier Dominguez with the black pieces, and Levon confidently won against Sam Sevian.
Exactly. So a lot of players needing a win to tie the match and to force blitz playoff. But right now, I'm Zoe. I just feel like I escaped.
That might have been the worst position she ever survived in her career.
Right? Yeah. Let's hope that's true for you. Because she really did. She was in a virtual Zugzwang, and Anna's just got to shake that off and just say, hey, I missed a layup. I mean, it happens in all sports.
You have to forget about that game
Exactly.
right
And Leinier, winning on demand's tough, but winning with the black pieces is going to be a real challenge. Awonder just getting the zen of the position with the white pieces. All he needs is a draw to stay in the tournament.
I wonder if these two have played many games before. There's a big age difference, and also
Outside of the U.S. Championships,
yes,
I don't know
think
where they
would
would
have
clash.
met, right?
Yeah.
So maybe they don't have any rapid or blitz between them.
Not that I would have guessed. But here we go. And
E4.
If you're going,
C5, very nice. We start with the Sicilian.
and
C3. I'm sure Leinier saw that. I wonder to play
Absolutely.
this against Levon Aronian in his playoff match.
And again, Awonder has had the Alapin as an anti-Sicilian in his repertoire for years. So I'm more than curious to see how Leinier is going to approach the centuries-old opening as white, because again, he's got to win. So
Maybe he can
has
show
to,
us
yeah,
how
exactly.
to win against the Alapin.
Exactly. Or how to get a game that's double-edged and hopefully in his favor. Bishop c4.
Yasser, did you ever play the Sicilian with black?
Yes. I love to play the dragon because of the name.
Wow.
You know, like, hey, what? I mean, what's your favorite the defense, Yasser? The dragon. You know, like, how can you not
Okay,
like
that
that
is
as
the
a
coolest
kid?
chess opening.
It
name.
is,
Yes.
and the coolest name. You know, not like the Frankenstein Dracula variation of, you know, the E4 line. There is a Frankenstein
Yes,
Dracula.
I know what you're talking about. I think we discovered that during one of the
I
commentaries.
know, it's great. You gotta love chess. Castle's queen e2, and so from a Awonder's point of view, like, look, you've got a bishop on c8. As long as that bishop, you know, doesn't register itself in the game, I'm going to be doing just perfectly well as white. Mostly white is looking to play knight c3, and if you don't capture, be careful. The knight could show up on e4, and that's a nice d6 outpost. So yes, it's standard from
They're still in
Black's point of view
theory.
too. Yeah.
Yesterday, I want to draw your attention
Please.
to Sam Sevian's game against Levon.
Same
Sam also
story.
needs a win, and I'm sure you're familiar with this
Yeah, Queen's
opening and
Gambit.
the structures.
Yeah. Now remember, Levon was having fun against Mishra, and he played that whole knight g4 sequence
Yes.
and got away with just, you know, murder. In this game, Levon's approach is quite different. He said, look, when white plays the move f2, f3, he voluntarily weakens his structure so that he can play for the move e4. Because of the move f3, I'm going to weaken my structure on the queen side. I'm going to play a move b5, voluntarily weakening my pawn on c6, but I'm doing it with a purpose. I want to play b4, knight b6, and get an outpost. So let's see how the game unfolded. And I think from Sam's point of view, this is great. He needs to win with white. It's double-edged, and he's got a position that, well, he can play. Knight c4.
But I see Levon again stood up and he's walking around. He feels good about his opening.
Yeah. The problem is the desirable b3, kicking the knight back, doesn't
No,
go back.
I'm not going back.
The knight actually ends up forking on the b2 square, which is kind of hilarious when you think about it. How did you fork me on the b2 square? And usually in these positions, you've got a5 and bishop a6 sightings.
No, I'm not happy that he took my white squared bishop on d3.
And I lost a key attacker, exactly, which means if we go back to this position, you could play a move like rook c2.
Now, time for e4? Not yet, right? We can't.
Usually...
In a couple of moves, knight g3,
Right.
rook e1.
Right. You get it. You never play it early. You play it only after intense preparations. It's a very strange way
You
of
have to be
playing.
patient. As much as you want to push it, it has to be prepped.
Resist the temptation of playing e3, e4 early, but prepare it, and let's go. Let's jump to the game of Rachel Lee and Tatev, because
Another
what?
player who needs a win. We have
Did
the
did
ready
somebody
with-
say stump the masters? What's the
Yeah.
winningest move on move one?
Knight f3.
Thank
I
you.
think Rachel watches our show.
And she's gone for a Nimzo. Well, now it's just a double fianchetto.
I think she played this in
Barca.
one of her playoffs. I can't remember which game, but she tried knight f3, b3, and
Yeah.
it was successful. So here we are again. She's repeating. What is she supposed to do with the central pawns? She hasn't touched C, D, or E pawns.
Well, normally it goes D3, knight D2,
And
and
then E4? Right.
And E4.
Since you committed to A4, you're not going to be playing C4, most likely.
And I love Gutman, knight D2. I think he was influenced by a game of Bobby Fischer. He would go like knight D2, E3, queen E2. He put his knight on E5, and then he aspired to play G4.
Nice. So
Like what
even
you
without
wanted to
F4,
do, remember,
Yes.
you know, when
Fabi's game?
Yeah, when he needed to play for a win, right? And to play for G4. But the idea of the Barca opening as white is it's a quiet opening, but you save the battle for later. You put your bishops on the long diagonals, and just by again knight D2, E3, queen E2, it's very adaptable.
It is, and it's easy to play kind of for white. You know your plan.
Right. I do notice that Tatev is down early days, of course, but down 2 minutes on the clock. Let's go to
Zoe?
Zoe, thank you. I was wondering, where was that? Ah, this looks like a more...
What
Okay,
opening
we
was this?
have
It was
a...
the Queen's Gambit accepted.
But check this out, Bishop
I haven't
E6.
seen that move in a long time.
I know, it's like an old friend that you don't want to see that often, right? like Bishop E6, like what are you doing? C5, knight takes C4. Okay, so the argument that Zoe is making is that she doesn't want to trade bishops because she thinks his bishop is misplaced. But could she have played knight G5?
I think that's how the theory goes. Yes, I studied this when I was like 5 years old. I don't really remember it, but
Exactly.
pretty sure it was knight G5.
Oh, oops, sorry. But again, just because the bishop makes such a foul impression, when I see the move CD4, I don't know. I don't think I could resist. I would probably recapture with a knight here. But okay, Zoe said, look, I'm not adverse to playing an isolated queen pawn position where I get a knight on E5. Anna said, me either. I get a bishop on D5.
Well, yes, don't you think that knight instead of E5 should be on C3?
Yes.
It's misplaced, right?
Yes, and I think that as black, having the bishop on D5 is absolutely sweet.
Right.
I mean, that's just what can you say? I mean, it's a beautiful
black got
bishop.
a dream position.
A
out of the
dream.
opening.
Yeah. And by the way, this pawn on E4 could become quite weak. Nothing's wrong with the move C8, but rook C8, but I'm one of those people who really believe in effective development. And I remember Bent Larson telling me, Yasser, in isolated queen pawn positions, you shouldn't be blockading the isolated queen pawn. You should be trying to win it, right? Queen B6 followed by rook D8 followed by bishop takes F3 is one way to try to win it. So I would have found myself drawn to queen B6, a more effective attacking move that I'm looking at. Queen takes D4, queen takes B2, those types of things. She played rook C8, very routine move, nothing wrong with the move. I like A2, A3, just because bishop takes A2.
Easy to blunder. Yeah.
Could ruin your whole day, and maybe, who knows, maybe B4 is something that Zoe wants. Here we go. Okay, Anna's back on track. Queen B6. I like that move a move earlier, but this is good. And now, give me
Something for white?
Something, yeah.
Not easy. I guess since you played A3, I'm going to follow up with B4.
Let's do it. Let's
But
just have
after
a
rook
look-see.
C8,
I am I would,
we do have B4 on the board.
and we do have B4 on the board. I'm expecting rook to D8.
Actually, could Zoe take on F3 and win the pawn right away? So I take bishop
Sorry,
F3.
could Anna take on F3?
Yes, sorry, Anna with black pieces. Take
After
F3,
B4.
right?
After you
You
take
have
on.
to take with a knight.
All right, I'll fall for it.
Then I go rook D8.
Yep. And I see your evil intentions. I'm looking at rook C1 for whatever reason, but if I play bishop E3, I'm assuming you want to
Knight
play knight
D5?
D5, and
Absolutely.
then your happiness.
Very happy.
Yep. Rook c1, knight takes d4, rook c8. You got knight takes f3 check.
Or knight e2 check, yes.
Or knight takes e2 check. No, that looks like this looks good.
Yeah, I think
no,
Zoe is trying to equalize.
I agree. I think
might end up down a pawn with some compensation.
Well, that's an opening experiment that did not go very well. It looks like Anna's bishop e6 was a good surprise, and don't forget that since they drew their first game, this game is decisive for the match. Any winner in this game sends the loser right out of the tournament. So
but if they make a draw, they'll play another 2-game blitz match.
But then, they'll drop from the rapid that they're currently in to blitz. Yeah, I know, right?
It's confusing.
And how did I know that? Because I saw 22 minutes of the in case you were wondering. But Anna is, I thought she did reach for a rook. She did play.
We like Anna's position a lot.
And bishop e3 by Zoe. So Zoe is inviting bishop takes f3 and knight d5 as we just saw. And let's take a quick look, because are there any trickies? No, I'm threatening bishop takes e2 with a tempo.
No,
so bishop takes f3, knight takes d4.
Sorry, e5 wasn't hanging because you take back and my queen's under attack.
Yeah, right? Okay, but wow.
Free pawn?
Free pawn. But what you were saying is, yes, I take back and I return the favor of attacking your queen. I think Zoe's trying to equalize here, so let's just be clear. You're not
okay, and then I don't have 6. Okay.
Right, and the pawn on b7. Me too. Me too. I went through exactly the same calculations in my mind.
Well, while Zoe figures out how to equalize here, let's jump to Sam Sevian's game, who needs a win against Levon Aronian. Look at this position.
And when we left it, we had just seen a very complicated position. Queen c2, not rook c2.
No
Queen
b3.
c2.
No
b3.
Not allowing the trade.
But protecting the pawn and maybe prepping b3. Bishop f8, more or less as predicted. Pressuring.
Pressure.
Knight d1. We don't play e4. You notice how he's like, he could, it's legal move. E3, e4 a moment ago was perfectly legal. But Sam is trying to play b2, b3, kind of, mash Black's knight away from the action.
And there we go, b3.
Queen
the knight
e2.
is kind of stuck on a3, but it's not a bad knight at the moment. Because, Levon has play on the queen side with those pawns.
Exactly. Knight g3, and again, white still is aspiring. I might have taken that move back a moment and just knight. Well, there is bishop b4. There's an annoyance factor.
That's a very annoying move.
Okay.
C4.
Whoa. Okay, so clearly Sam was thinking, I stopped you from playing that move. So that move had to be a surprise for Sam.
Absolutely.
Captures.
Is Levon getting that pawn back right away?
Okay.
Do you like queen b2? Because it's stopping bishop c5.
Yes, because the knight is hanging. But b4, I guess there was knight
c4,
knight
right?
c4. Okay, let's catch up with the players. Queen
This
c.
is the current position.
Was Sam?
I don't think we can play e4, but maybe he wants to include knight f5 here. The queen on b2 doing a good job,
I'm a pawn grubber. May I?
Queen d4.
May I?
Thought Black would have knight d7, and then I would still get your pawn with a tempo.
Yes. Right? It's that simple. Gosh darn it! Apologies. If you go knight d7 and I go knight
on d1.
I don't know. I would love it to be anywhere else, but if I go knight f5, you're not instantly playing bishop c5 and knocking me out of your territory, right? And I do have a threat of knight b. So you go knight takes c5.
And guess what?
What?
Sam has played queen d4. He's calculating exactly this. Maybe you can take knight. Okay, what's wrong with knight c5?
I have no idea.
Are you going to take on g7? I don't think you can.
I didn't realize it was
absolutely
possible.
Can't. Yeah, we should just set onto the tempo.
I was actually
more
going to
into
play just because I don't like my knight on d1. I was trying to. Ooh,
looking good.
the chess.
Okay, maybe
sorry,
we
the
had-
chess engine.
Let me improve on the last move after knight c5.
Okay.
Bishop h4.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just putting the pieces on the king side, hoping something will work.
Gotcha.
Where is your queen headed? d7?
I guess. Ooh, look at that.
Okay, now rook c5.
Rook
And then
c5.
Rook c5, rook c5, knight g7. And I'm just
Love it.
praying that something works there.
No, that's a dream. Anything that shatters Levon's pawn shield is something that Sam, I need a win, will be.
Exactly. Sam can't take such risks because he has nothing to lose.
Will be delighted by. So again, this is the current position. Sam said, you played c5. I thought I'd stopped you from playing c5. How are you going to win the pawn back? And we have been looking at knight to d7 for Levon.
Maybe Levon could play this slowly and go g6 and just fianchetto the bishop.
Wow.
Because the queen on d4 is in a way trapped if you take over the diagonal, right?
Right. Okay, that's remarkable.
It stops knight f5 completely.
I never considered that. But are you giving me the time that I need to bring? Like, I would love to put my knight on a4. I'm afraid of a tactic. So I've got to move my queen off of this diagonal. My next intended move is knight a4.
I'm just shocked that there's no immediate tactics here. How is your queen okay on
Knight
f4?
h5. Or, yeah, how am I getting away with?
Seems like you are getting away with it.
But maybe. And for the moment, Sam has a pawn. He's down. Wow.
On the clock,
quite considerably.
7
Levon
minute
has been
difference.
playing very, very fast. Maurice, jump in.
I'd like to go to that position that had been befuddling us, and it continues to do so with Fabiano Caruana against Wesley So. When I look at this position, I'm thinking, what does Black really want to do? And what would be an interesting plan? Well, first of all, I'd love to move my queen off the file. I'd love to be able to solidify my pawn structure. Maybe get my bishop on a different square where it's not stuck defending this pawn. Well, it was, but with my pawn on d5, now maybe I drop my bishop back to e6. And then I could play maybe f5 and get some things going now that my king is safe, and then play something like rook g8. I'd like to do that. Well, White said, I'm going to let you do all of it. Play queen g3. Your king moves. I'm going to attack your pawn. That's what I wanted to do. I want to attack your bishop. Well, I'll attack your queen because that's one of the things I want to do. I'll force your bishop to the square that you want to go to. And now I'll play bishop h5. Attacking a pawn that you sort of not really attacking. Well, maybe you could, I don't even think you could take it now I'm looking at it. But maybe I'll just play f5 anyway and ask you what has been going on, because now my next plan is to put the queen on b8 and chase your queen off the square and play for f4. And this variation has been everything that Black could have wanted. And Fabi has pushed this position to a point where the engine's like, well, it's Black who's better here, right? Like, what did you do? And the funny part about it is Fabi in this position here could have played knight back to f1, and let's say you get your one move, and go for the knight e3 idea, even though castles may be better, but knight e3. And now the only difference is that this queen is not sitting on the other side. The knight is on e3. Black's king is not on h7. Black's bishop is not back home on e6. And Black hasn't played the move f5. Even if Black gets a move here, for example, the king, he's still down 2 tempi. The queen came to this square and then to this one, and it just simply gave his opponent a couple of moves. It's hard to understand why Fabi did this. He's not worse, but he could have been better, and it's odd that he gave his opponent 2 free moves by bringing his queen over to the sector and playing this position. Curiouser and curiouser.
Curiouser and curiouser indeed, Maurice. One of the things that goes through my mind when I'm seeing Fabi playing like this is he seems to be playing for a good blockading knight against, let's say, a passive bishop.
Right.
And then I ask myself, I'll fall into your trap. I will voluntarily fall into your trap. I will attack your queen. You will take my knight because that was why you played. And I'll fall into your trap. I will, and now you've got what you want. You've purposely played for a knight versus bishop. I don't know. Let's say you put your king here or on the queen side, and I'll fall into your trap. And I'm sitting there saying, I don't know. Is it really that bad, bishop? Because it's sort of like you gotta trade queens, don't you? I mean, you don't. And
we see rook g5 by Wesley.
And Wesley said, you know what? You're not even threatening my pawn.
Is that
rook to g5.
Because of queen f8, right?
Yeah, bishop takes f7. That's taboo, right? Yeah. Queen f8, and oops, you just walked into a pin. h4.
Yes, sir. I'm going to suggest one more time for Fabi. No, let's take that move back.
Okay, sorry.
g4. Oh, there we go. He's
wow, you got it in just in time.
And look at that. Wesley instantly goes queen b8.
But
he thought for half a second before he played queen b8.
But here's the point. I'm looking at that bishop on h5. I'm sorry, but for me...
It's not happy, but it's temporary, right? h4, g5 is the hope.
Ooh, that's an offside-looking bishop. And, okay, just to be clear...
Forced to take?
Yeah, you could maybe play queen g3. This...
I mean,
you're
what did
not...
I really achieve? I'm not checkmating you, and the g5 pawn is actually a weakness.
Yeah, I don't think you've achieved... Anything, frankly. I think that maybe black is for choice.
Instead of h4, what else can we do? This is not working out well. Maybe f4 here.
Let's do it again.
Trade. f4 and king f2. Let's try that.
Not h4.
Yes.
f4.
Yeah, we have to sit with that bishop on h5 for a while.
Ooh. Pause.
But again, I don't think white is playing for anything here.
Yeah, that bishop on f side, it makes such a lame impression, doesn't it? Okay, no, rook.
You're not taken en passant?
Not, in the words of Walter Brown, immediately.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw the bar just went up. I guess it's f5. Pardon me, the f7 pawn is high. Here I'm thinking the pawn is completely, the bishop is offside, but it does actually have one goal, which is to win a pawn, and you wanted to play king f2, right?
Yes, king f2, and
should I play f5? I don't know.
Why not?
It
yeah,
looks.
No, this looks very strange. Everything is usually based on pattern recognition. I can't do this when bishop is on h5, then pawn is on g4.
Exactly. Maurice, this is not an attacking position for Fabi with his rook still stuck in the corners. What is he doing?
You're asking me?
Yeah, maybe. You're the man with the answers.
Yeah, no, I don't have an answer for that one. It just seems really strange the way he handled that position. And we'll see how that transpires. Another position that was not handled very well is the game that we have between Zoe Tang and Anna Sargsyan. And this position, though, when you look at it, optically, you instantly say, what is white doing? Because normally in these isolated pawn positions, white better prove an initiative. If white doesn't have something flowing, that pawn on d4 will prove to be a weakness.
Right.
And it'll just be targeted. And when you look, you talk about the inactive rooks of Fabi's, look at white's rooks in this position and the queen sitting on the d file. Look at black's pieces. Which black piece is not working? This is the picture I would say for my student, Maddie. Look at this position. All of black's pieces, the last move bringing the rook into the game to d8. This is how you do development. And this is absolutely consistent. By the way, I'm not trying to trash Maddie too much. I bring her up a lot. She is a fantastic young player and has a bright future. So we're looking forward to seeing her as she eliminates some of her tendencies. But this position, bishop e3, I said your rooks have to move, right? So to see this happen, is not a good thing. Another move. And so take a look at this exchange. Knight takes, and now knight to d5, and now bishop d3. Pieces that were once moving continue to move again and again. And this move doesn't stop a hidden threat that black had, which was to play the move e5. And all of black's pieces are working. And now the isolated pawn is under attack. You cannot capture it because knight takes e3 is ball game. Queen takes check. There goes the bishop on d3. So after that, she moved her bishop to the f5 square, another piece that once moved and is moving yet again. The rooks remain frozen on f1 and a1 while black is the one with all the activity. She took on d4 in this position. This was plainly unnecessary. Here, she could move a rook.
Right.
White is still in deep trouble. Deep trouble, just play rook here. She could also take, and then move her rook. And again, white is in deep trouble. Black has all the pressure. You can just see the cluster in this position. This one. This is all that white has. Everything else is not working. Meantime, black has everything attacking here, attacking there. That's attacking that. This is attacking this. Actually, everybody's attacking this guy. And just black is completely for choice. There was no reason to let white off the hook by taking on d4 immediately and throwing away the better part of your advantage. Bishop takes d4, knight takes, queen takes. This is incredible what has happened. And we also have a position here where there is a draw taking place between these two strong players, great friends, and not much to play for in this position. But I got to say, I'm in shock. We're about to see the handshake happen here. We see them repeating moves. Just in shock at how Anna Sargsyan threw her away her advantage that quickly.
Well, she had a big winning advantage in the first game, and in the second game also had a very, very nice position. We're witnessing a threefold repetition taking place between Carissa and Alice Lee in their first classical game. Should they draw, they will be back tomorrow. Well, they'll be back tomorrow in every case. Carissa will have the black pieces, Alice will have the white pieces as they play for the Champions Bracket prize,
The bonus
the
prize,
bonus
yes.
prize of $9,000 in the women's section.
I think they've repeated 5 times now.
5 times, okay. They're just
I see
trying to
Alice
make
smiling.
Sure. Okay, nobody wants to claim the game there. Okay, so that game we are expecting to be a draw. I am going to go to the game between Awonder Liang and Leinier. That was the Lapin Sicilian. We left it after knight c3. Leinier captured on c3, captured on e5, played queen a5, targeting the 2 pawns in the position.
Let's wait for the analysis board to show up.
Alrighty.
So
Tick tock, tick tock. So queen a5 from Leinier.
actually, let's
Okay.
go over to Maurice first.
So take a look at this, and this, and this, and just before repetition, she played rook c7. That was the point. That's why they smirked at each other, because Carissa could have just done the repetition, done the do,
F3
and she put the rook on c7 like, nope, no repetition. Let's
do
start
some-
over.
Okay.
And now they've started over because the rook is now on c7, so there's no draw claim. Why did she do that? Typical Carissa. And then she smiled and got up from the board, and they're back again. Now, she might play rook d7 just for fun.
Maurice, now Alice went rook b4,
And
not rook
Alice
e4.
So no, again, no repetition. What the heck are they doing? Or, okay, after king f3, look at these two.
You're right.
Hilarious. We'll find out from one of them what that was about.
What was that
Just
about?
having fun.
Yeah, just
Girls just want to have fun? Is
Sometimes,
That's
yeah.
it.
that what we're doing? She played rook c7 and then they just flipped around. But okay.
They'll be back tomorrow with reverse colors. Alice will have white pieces.
Yeah, I was just looking at the game between Rachel Lee and Tatev, and that
Rachel
was
needs a
kind of-
win.
Kind
see.
of. Let's see. This was the Barksa opening.
That's the name?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
You did not read my book, Winning Chess Openings.
You have too many books, yes. I've read
That
half
is a
of
good
them.
point. That is a good point. C2, C3. Knight got chased back. Queen to C2 by Rachel. And rook to D1. Okay. Now she's laid the table and she's ready to finally begin the battle for the center of the board. And usually it's an E4. Yep. And we've got it.
Short on the board.
Except, you know, when my opponent is playing B5, I would probably capture on B5 because in my mind, I would rather have more central space in the
Yes.
position than my opponent. She played E4, invited
And I
B8,
think she
B8.
regretted it later because now after C5, black challenges the center with the pawns, right?
Yep. And knight B3,
And that pawn on A4 is also a weakness.
a little bit of a liability, and there we go. And okay, suddenly and surprisingly, Tatev is the one who is doing the pressing. There is bishop A3, right? I would probably play bishop A3 quickly because somehow this knight on C5 is very, very bothersome. Sorry.
Yeah, bishop A3, I'll go rook E8. I think Tatev's position is very nice, no problems whatsoever. If anything, she's the one putting pressure on Rachel.
It feels
And
that way.
she only needs a draw. And also, on the clock, Tatev's not behind.
Yeah.
She's ahead.
If I'm in a situation as white where I need to play for a win, well, I mean, it's easy for me to say, but you know, you need pieces to remain on the board. And when you play the move rook E8, I just don't want to see a lot, you know, massive trades, and I've got a back right issue as well. So I'd probably try to keep pieces, but I'm not enthusiastic about Rachel's position at the moment.
No, even though she has two bishops, there's no advantage for white
You're right.
whatsoever.
I want to jump quickly to the game of Sam Sevian because remember when we left it, whoa, check it out.
G6.
Boy, you
love
are on
that.
fire. I didn't even consider, I was trying to win the pawn back
The
on
knight on
C5.
F5 was bugging me too much. That's why I came up with G6.
And it bugged Levon. Now, I went knight B2 and I kind of challenged, because I was thinking that this is the worst piece. Seriously, I do this. I think of chess as a team game. I want all my pieces coordinating together. So I ask them, how you doing, how you doing, how you doing? I'm looking around. The knight on D1 is crying. So I'm bringing the knight to B2, and I was going knight B2 to knight A4 to defend the pawn. That did not happen. Sam played knight E2, and he said, okay, my queen is on F4. And he just kind of gave back the pawn on C5, or rather, he didn't try to keep it. And now we have this position. This knight on A3, which I kind of think offsides, still actually,
I mean, it's not worse than the knight on B2.
it's not that terrible. No,
Yeah.
but the knight on B2, I don't know. Am I ready to move the bishop away and ready to play? I don't know. It feels quite balanced.
It's definitely not what Sam wanted to get out of the opening.
For a game where he absolutely had to win, going back to this moment of G6, this would have been considerably, I want to say, more challenging.
Yes, because here you can get to play knight A4 and actually keeping the C5 pawn alive.
Exactly. And hey, let's face it, if I can keep that C4 pawn alive, you know, I've got ideas
an
of
extra
queen
pawn, of
D6,
course.
and it's an extra pawn. Anyway,
Currently in
the current position, let me
Levon
do it.
played H5, which got a question mark on my board.
H5.
I don't think it's a bad move by itself. I think Levon had something better.
Is
Maybe
he
it's just too slow?
fishing to try to somehow ensnare White's queen? Okay, so if the pawn was on H6 and you wanted to play bishop E5, you might regret playing. Like, why did you give me a pawn, right?
Right.
So move H5, maybe to take away a square to prep bishop E5. I'm just thinking, what is the idea behind
Look at
that
the clock
move?
times also. Yasser Sam's down to 5 minutes, 5 and a half. Levon has 18 minutes and 35 seconds. That's huge.
Dare I
And he only needs a draw with the black pieces.
boldly stating the obvious, Levon is playing much faster.
He used to say Captain Obvious.
Captain Obvious, yeah. Just that's why I get the big bucks, the clock times. Yeah, actually, no, seriously, why are clock times so significant? Why do we pay attention to it so much? Because first of all, as your clock ticks down, you get nervous. You get more nervous, and it has nothing to do with the position. It has everything to do with the clock. As you get nervous, you start to panic. You start to see variations, ghosts, we call them, that aren't there. Secondly, when you have a lot more time than your opponent, you get to trap. You get to think of ways. You set traps for your opponent that they're going to fall in. You offer them a pawn that's taboo. Those types of things, suddenly playing with the time advantage is a real skill that these guys, well, they perfect. I mean, that's what they live for, is advantages.
Absolutely, and that's such a huge advantage. 17 minutes against 5 minutes is too much.
Okay, with this last move, rook d1, unless there's some way of making a perpetual attack against the queen,
that's what Levon wants. He just wants to force a draw.
Well, of course, a draw would. Is there a chance for him to play?
Creative way to play, find a repetition. Bishop e5, bishop g7. Can you avoid it?
To try
no,
to.
Right? It's a draw right now if he goes for it.
Really? Because I don't have any other.
Queen h4?
Yeah, I don't have any of the squares.
Bishop f6?
And I'm not happy about it, but
don't put the queen on h3.
At least you can't play bishop c8.
So let's stop our analysis because Maurice is with a guest.
Yes, I am with Carissa Yip, 4-time U.S. Women's Champion, and she just finished her game against her good friend Alice Lee. And the game, well, it was a Petrov. And a lot of times people say it was a Petrov, it means nothing much happened, it was kind of solid. But give us any content you can give to us, or context as well.
Yeah, it was Petrov. It was pretty solid. Both sides made no major mistakes. You know, I think I had this pretty big chance actually, like right around here, where I could have gone bishop c1 instead of taking on f4. I think that would have given me really good chances.
Why? It's so even.
I'm being sarcastic, Maurice.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that humor. This is not the kind of game that we end up talking about a lot. You know, she's very solid with the Petrov. You know she plays it. What were your difficulties when you were sitting in your hotel room going, okay, I got to take down her Petrov? This line didn't feel like it.
Yeah, I don't want to reveal too much about my prep, but overall, like, thought Petrov, there's a lot of theory, and you know, I think the last time I actually played against it was, like, a real game against it was quite a while ago. So I figured, you know, I could pick a line, see if she knows it. If she knows it, it's a draw. If she doesn't, then, you know, then it'll be good.
On to the next one. Okay, well, there was one moment of intrigue much later in the game. We can actually jump all the way down to this moment here where you all started repeating and we were ready to call the draw, and then you decided to play rook c7.
That's true.
What was that about?
I started giggling a little, actually.
I know you
when
did.
I played rook c7. Well,
you
know,
also, you glanced at her and you got up from the board.
Yeah, because I was giggling so much. I was like, let me get my laughs out in the players' lounge area. Okay, sure. It's a draw. I was just, you know, I knew the cameras were on us, ready to catch that last draw moment. I was like, let's make them wait like an extra 30 seconds.
You're going to piss off our producer and cameraman with that kind of attitude.
Sorry, producers.
I'm hearing that you're not forgiven. I hear in my ear. Okay, because that repetition, I was like, what's going on? And
no,
we said she was just trying to have fun.
No, I was pushing here, actually.
Pressing.
Yeah, I was like, rook c7.
Owning the c file because
exactly.
it's closer to the king.
C file is really important in these kinds of structures. So,
obviously.
Yeah, but then, you know, she played rook b4, owning the b file. I was like, whoa, if I play rook d7, she's going to play rook c4. And not much progress to be made there.
You got to get out of here quick.
Exactly. So then I was like, well,
she
time
might
to
push
make
you
the
all the way
draw.
over.
No, yeah.
In fact, she might even push you all the way over until, in fact, you accidentally play Rook F7 and not realize what happened.
I was terrified of that possibility.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We got it. Well, we're gonna leave this alone. This comedy skit alone, and let you get your chance to prep for her tomorrow, and hopefully some more fighting chess.
Yes. Hopefully.
Good luck, Carissa. But we've got breaking news in the Sam Sevian Levon Aronian game. We thought that Levon was doing just fine, maybe even having a slightly preferable position after Bishop E5. He went for Queen B6, Bishop F1, and he made a tactical blunder, a big one, in fact. Bishop A6, question mark. This knight on B2. Which is absolutely doing nothing, suddenly gets to play the role of an all-star. Rook takes e5, you can't take with the queen because guess what? You just hung your bishop. If you take with the rook, which is the only other way of recapture, suddenly there's a fork in the position. Knight to a4 hits the rook queen.
Is now completely winning. What a turnaround. And we do have a couple of moves Levon took with the queen.
He did. Probably it's one of those things you see at the moment you probably played Bishop A6, let go of it, and said, "Oh dear, what have I done?"
We were expecting to remove repetition. He could have done Bishop E5. He was completely set.
Right.
And then, wow, what a blunder! And Sam gets a huge chance to come back in the match, equalize, and force Blitz playoffs.
Well, again, 2 minor pieces versus the rook, the material imbalance. Usually, you get a pawn.
There's no pawn?
There's no pawn. And you've got a knight offside, so you're looking at knight a4, followed by bishop to d3, and this is just super good for Sam. Just super good.
The only thing going for Levon right now is the time. Sam's still low on the clock, but it's not that bad. It's about 5 minutes against 13, and Sam just needs to speed up now. He needs to change up his tempo because he's winning.
Absolutely. And by the way, Sam Sevian, that is to say, he's one of those guys where he can adjust his tempo and he can adjust it very, very well. He plays a lot of blitz chess. I've watched a lot of his games online, including in the Title Tuesdays. And yeah, he's a formidable blitz player. So he's got materially speaking, he's winning. Now it's about conversion.
Yes, it's about playing fast and improve. His knight on b2 is still passive.
That's the bad thing.
As soon as he gets his pieces out, it'll be an easy win.
The way I look at it is, where do I want the knight? To my mind, I'm always looking for outpost. I love the f4 square. Knight d3, knight f4. So I start looking at knight d3, followed by queen g5.
That's why maybe
followed by knight f4.
Levon played queen e7.
Give me the pawn.
to stop your queen from going to g5.
Makes sense. So queen e7 on the board. I would expect knight to d3. By the way, knight d3 serves a dual purpose. It protects c1. So in case...
e5 as well, bishop e5 ideas, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's more. It's a triple purpose. So yeah, I'm expecting knight d3 here for Sam. And what an opportunity. You just don't expect Levon. Levon said, he's not in the form of, 2025. And
it's still early in the year. He's still getting in.
Yeah. But if he survives this, then he's going to be feeling like
he might
with the sails.
Because his position is technically lost, but look at the clock. It's ticking down for Sam, 3 minutes 40 seconds.
Right.
And it's not that easy to get all your pieces out and show why 2 pieces are better than a rook.
It's not like in bridge where you can just claim the contract. I'll claim a draw at this point. I claim victory. But we are expecting that Sam to win. I'm going to go to the game of Rachel Lee versus Tatev. Tatev is actually for choice now.
Tatev just had...
Whoops, knight
If you
takes.
take the last move back, she had 96 winning an exchange. It was just winning the exchange.
Looks good.
Unless I'm missing something.
Looks good.
Right?
I mean, that's an exchange. The rook is trapped.
Yeah.
I can't move the rook
Because
and
of
allow
F2.
queen takes F2. And
Instead, she played knight takes A4.
grabbing a pawn.
But I
isn't
can
that-
take on E4 first.
Yes.
And in
knight-
between move and then take on A4.
So we'll end up.
Two bishops.
Didn't we have two bishops versus who
I mean, Sam has it against Levon. Oh, you mean specifically this?
No. There
It
was
was
a game-
Carissa against Tatev.
Yes.
Yes.
Shades.
Tatev had the two bishops, yeah.
Yeah, shades of Tatev
But-
and Carissa.
Again, Tatev only needs a draw. Maybe she calculated after E3. There's some forcing ways to end the game with a draw.
I wouldn't doubt it somehow. It feels like right now the bishops are not as well coordinated as the rooks, and she
But
looks confident.
There's
Tatev.
still a lot to play here. Let's quickly jump to Awonder's game because Leinier also has a chance to bounce back and equalize the match.
Really, let's take a look. When we left it, we were in some kind of an, well, I wanted to say ending after rook d1, but I hate
It's a
this.
slight advantage for black, but this g4 move turns out to be a
Whoa.
huge mistake by Awonder, and now his structure is just really bad. Pawn on e5 is too weak.
And from Leinier's perspective, he's ready to play knight b4 and bishop b5, so pay attention. What? Rook c2? What? Rook c2? Okay, that's a shock.
Let's see the current position because,
King g2, bishop c6. Oh my gosh.
yeah, black moves are just easy,
oh.
happy moves, and it's just winning, right? A2 pawn is hanging. How do you get out of this pin without losing some material?
All
Wow.
of black's pieces are
Mm.
just nearly picture perfect, ideal, and like you say, a2 is hanging. And Leinier needs to win with the black pieces to equalize the match and force blitz playoffs.
I'm loving Leinier's position here.
Wow.
And he's doing well on the clock as well, only a minute and a half behind Awonder. That's not so bad, especially for
Exactly.
Leinier. He's
Right.
always in huge time trouble.
Zoe was in trouble against Anna. Is that still the case? It's bishops of opposite
it's
color, and
equal.
it looks like she's surviving
Again,
another difficult game. Wow. So Zoe's in fine kettle. Again, I'm going to go back to the game of Sam Sevian just to because it's. I mean, he's been given an amazing opportunity. He played the move rook. Okay, rook c2, knight e3. I've got
Wasn't
rook
E3
e2.
hanging?
I've got
Okay.
rook e2. So now, is knight b5 a tricky?
knight b5. What if I just move the rook to d7?
Right, and then I'm just saying that the knight on c2 isn't trading itself for anybody.
Mm-hmm.
But really, I like avoiding the trades. The one thing I don't want to do is play knight takes c2 and rook takes c2 and rook takes c2. Then I've given counterplay against the a2 pawn.
Sam is reaching for the h pawn. I think he's planning to play h4, which I like as well. Grab some space over there, so that you don't walk into some g5 at some point and.
Wow.
Trap your
Okay. Not a fan. Not a fan. I must say.
Really?
Really, I'm all about getting my knight to f4 as soon as possible, and I love this move. Here, and maybe queen h4.
I think he just has a different plan. He played h4,
Totally.
and I think he wants to play g4 and open up the position and start using his two pieces finally.
g4.
Yeah.
Wow, different approach.
In the elimination bracket, it's all about g4 today.
Yeah, and I guess he's ready to play knight takes d4, e takes d4, maybe on a good day, knight c5 or knight e5. At least the knight on d3 will have a very nice outpost in that eventuality. So h4 on the board. 2 minutes, by the way, 2 minutes for Sam, 10 minutes for Levon. Levon materially, king h7. Look at that tricky Levon. Levon is, he is
Oh, he's not going to make this easy for Sam.
not at all. Not
But
at
in
all.
a way, king h7 really provokes g4 because how else do I avoid bishop h6 and losing the e3 pawn?
Exactly. No, now I feel like if I plan to play g4 because I wanted to attack, I'm playing g4 because I want to defend. To prevent g5, I should say, yes. But
And
g4 looks good now, or
Sam?
force.
Still playing quite slowly, minute and a half now only for him. In this still not so easy position, he
Not so
needs
easy.
to play blitz out g4.
Exactly, and that's not a position, not a move that you're comfortable playing, because you do, however you want to look at it, expose the king a bit. But I like g4 just because bishop h6 is annoying.
But body language,
Yeah.
is not quite right for Sam, is it?
No.
He's not either in flow state or he's too much in that thinker's mode.
Yep.
You can see you look at Lev's body language. Actually, Levon is leaning back.
Hey, this is
arms
chill.
crossed.
Yeah, I'm losing.
Don't
I
worry.
know.
Stop and think about this for a long
Right.
time. We're gonna go to sleep now.
Yeah,
It's
right.
okay. And then suddenly you only have 40 seconds left on the clock.
Bedtime
He's got to
stories.
giddy up, and he's played g4, and Levon knew that this was a necessary move and captured instantly. So he knew this should be the move coming, but his capture is made his position worse, actually. Levon now also going into hustle mode. I
Yes,
wanna
of course.
He's absolutely going into hustle mode.
100%.
He knows he has to move quickly and just start confusing his young opponent
As
the way
best.
he did against Abhimanyu Mishra
But-
in that game.
But yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. But I got to tell you, I am so happy as Sam Sevian right now not to trade knights, to keep the C file closed. As long as you're not playing rook c2, because you got a knight on c2. Ha 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 ha.
But 15 seconds. He
But
really
knight
needs to play
f3
fast.
is great
He
because
played
you're
knight b5, avoids the trade, but from a different angle.
that is a tempo. Okay, I guess so. But I thought
Actually-
knight f3 was so much superior. I'm dreaming that you will play queen f4 and allow my
Ooh,
knight
yes.
to f4. That's what it's all about. He's
I
played
think
the
that's
move.
coming. That's coming because
Oh, there is
there's
a knight
exactly
to
there's a couple of
d6.
different forks that he's threatening.
Oh, well then
Both
he's winning.
moves are good.
Then he's winning. Then
Both
he's winning.
moves, both moves were good. He had 92 as well. You're right. Don't trade. Both moves are good. It's just a question of taste and the clarity with which you see the position. I
Right.
think your move knight f3 sort of makes it easier on you, if you will, right? Because
Right.
things are very concrete. This still keeps it a little bit floaty, and you only have 23 seconds left. So the very next move Levon plays, he wants to do something that Sam hasn't necessarily quite looked at. You
Exactly.
start looking for the surprising moves so that 23 seconds becomes 13, becomes maybe 10, 3. Oh, wait a minute, what happened? Gotta move. And then the blunder occurs. That's what we're gonna watch for now. And this is a real art to defending with the hustle when your opponent has very few seconds left on the clock.
100% agreed, Maurice. But here's the problem for Levon. He wants to hustle, just as you've described it, but he's looking at the rook is hanging, the knight is ready to fork the king and the queen and the rook. So if he plays rook d7 and he's looking for that hustle, let's go, bishop g2. It's all looking
He
good for
sees-
Sam.
He sees rook e7, rook d7,
Yep.
and he doesn't want to play it.
He doesn't
He
want to
wants
play it.
to find another way to play.
That's right.
The sad thing is his position, he knows is busted, but he's looking for murky waters.
Right,
Where is there
where?
something that maybe your hand doesn't just reach for the piece and play the move?
Exactly.
And this time you see his body posture changed dramatically, because now he understands if I do normal things, I'm going down.
Yeah,
I
it's not
must
working.
confuse my opponent.
And where is the confusion, Nazi? Does Levon have a trick that we're missing? Because he's desperate.
I don't think he has any tricks. There you go. He goes
Rook
rook e7, allowing knight
e7.
d6.
Rook e7, allowing knight d6, attacking the forking queen and rook, forcing the
Sam has
queen
played it.
trade, and that's a dream come true for Sam, because he gets to trade on his terms,
You can
which is to
also-
put it the knight. Oh, what a
Oh,
square! Oh,
nice.
now it's all one-way traffic. The rook is hanging the knight on c2. You're stuck. You're stuck to the knight,
You can
and
just-
d5 is hanging
You
with
can
the
just
tempo.
take rook d5 right now, right? You could also play bishop b5 and trade the knights. I think any trade benefits Sam.
Normally speaking, yes. When you're playing against the rooks, you like to have as many minor pieces on the board as possible, but,
But also
e3
you're
is
playing
hanging.
with 10 seconds, so simplify the position,
So rook takes d5.
Down to 8, 7, and it's ticking down. Sam needs to make a decision.
This is
4
what I said
seconds.
about getting down to 3
3.
seconds. He even went down to
And he
2
goes for it.
seconds
Bishop
before that move and played an
B5.
inferior bishop b5.
Okay.
And let me tell you, Levon knows, okay, I got you down from 23, baseline 23 to 12. Can I get you down a little more?
Yeah,
Because you
what
can
can I do?
smell the mistake that could just crop
Something.
up out of nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what I mean about Sam. He has this ability of shifting and speeding up his tempo, which we did not see Irene crush. When she absolutely had to move fast, she didn't make it. And Sam is now really speeding it up. Okay, he's still got the 2 minor pieces versus the rook, but I think from Levon's
There's a rook
perspective,
e4.
he's got the cheapo potential.
Yeah, because of the G4, H4 pawns, right?
Yeah. So there is rook e4 in the position, and you're trying to do your. Oh, he took.
He's taking on D4.
Okay, that was a bit of a surprise. I thought he was going to play rook e4. King g2. Good move by Sam.
Back up to 23 seconds, by the way.
King f3 and rook e4 is going to, pardon me, rook e4 is going to be met by king e3. Bishop takes f2 is going to be met by rook takes f2. And Sam is thinking, okay, all I need to do is cement my pieces. If I can go bishop c4, knight d5, everybody is protected. I'm not going to blunder. And then who knows? Maybe I can
then
play.
I'll slowly win.
Yeah, then I can maybe attack the f7 pawn as well. It's going nicely for Sam. He's picked up half a minute. He's got a half a minute. Levon again knows he's in trouble, but looking for those cheapos. Still, rook to d4. Okay.
What's
Rook
the
to
right
d4.
setup now? King
Cool.
f3. Can we play king f3?
Yes, but rook e4.
I wanted you to do that, then knight e2, and I win.
Well, let's show that, because actually that's a very cheeky trap. Rook e4, king f3, rook e4, knight e2, and these doubled rooks look good, but one of them is going to be
Sam
lost.
played bishop c4 instead.
I must say, I couldn't help myself. I probably played bishop c4 as well. Maurice, jump in.
This will take a little bit of time to convert, but
Right.
one game that won't take any time is a game between Zoe Tang and Anna Sargsyan, because Zoe has blundered. She just blundered in one move. Her bishop's under attack. Go back home, chill. Let your opponent figure things out. Instead, she played the move bishop to c4 and got hit by rook to c3, pinning her poor bishop to the rook. And now she played knight d2, hoping to get out of this one, and got punched by b5. Hello, you could take en passant. That's not changing anything. You're just going down a piece. And now she has played desperately with rook to c6 and bishop to d4. Wait, bishop d4.
The enthusiasm went down.
Because it's a blunder. It's a blunder.
It's a blunder.
She was just winning. If she, well, first let's just establish that this move is a mistake. If she now finds rook to d6, she's out of the pin.
Right?
She just escaped
Exactly.
out of nowhere. And this bishop d4 with plenty of time on her clock.
Oh, no.
And she has played this and blown the extra piece. Incredible turn. What did she have to do here? She had a check. And after the king moves, well, I don't see how you win a piece here. Takes is met by, well, you could go into an endgame and play this position.
That should be winning.
That looks saucy. That looks saucy.
That just wins.
We'll be happy with that. And if knight takes, you're back in this nasty pin again, and we could even just attack this pawn and say, try to get out of this one.
Right.
Because it's just lost.
She's reaching for and she's played knight f3. She has played knight f3, Maurice, allowing Anna to check and take on f2 if she would like.
And
that's
just
pretty good.
That's just very, very good again. Missing rook d6 in that position, and there's no question that Anna probably even noticed rook d6 and was wondering what to do there, but now she's played this mistake, knight to f3, and as you said, rook c1 check and take the pawn on f2 is a nice pawn. She might be able to get out and get into an endgame, though, with something like, I don't know, bishop b5?
Gotcha. So, but she's done it. I mean, if you're going to win an endgame, start by having an extra pawn in the pocket.
No question.
Yeah, very good.
I think Levon is surviving. I think we should go back to that game because...
I wanted to go back to Sam Sevian versus Levon because Levon is tricking. Levon is tricking Sam.
Not tricking, tricked.
He tricked him.
He tricked him already.
Oh my goodness. And
he can take on h4 now.
And then king g3. There's rook f7. Rook f7 is and he's done it. King g3. Rook takes. Sam is thinking.
Rook e4.
Pardon me?
Rook h to e4 back.
Rook on h to e4 back.
Yeah, you don't want to keep the rooks like this.
No. Where they're Oh, maybe Sam thought that rook f7 check and knight f3 was going to bring him success. He's played your move. Did Levon? Oh my goodness.
It was his only move, and Levon told us it's the Aronian dictum, if you will.
Yeah.
If a strong player has only one move to save himself, he's going to find it.
Right.
And that's what he did now. And suddenly Sam is staring at the detritus of what he has done to himself, where he was completely winning. And now it is no longer the case. Time pressure is always going to catch you somehow. And the veteran Levon, he's going to come in here again with that Cheshire Cat smile on his face
and say, I got away with one or two or three.
How many lives does this guy have?
Well, he was supposed to only have two, but it seems like he's used like 4 or 5 at the moment. Rook e7, trying to set up some cheapo potential, perhaps based on knight f7, and maybe the king can somehow discombobulate the rooks. I don't know, but Sam is going to feel like, how did I let him get away? I had a conversation with Var about Levon's blitz skills. Var says, I get some really good positions against Levon, but he always tricks me. He always has a trick. And Levon has a good score with against Var in blitz because he is that tricky player. And look what he's done.
After that huge blunder, he quickly recovered and created problems for Sam and did not make it easy for him, put him in time pressure, and here we are. Now it's equal. Of course, there's still chances for Sam, some tricks, but positionally speaking, Levon has equalized. But we should go back to Awonder's game against
By the way,
Leinier because
I'm told that, in fact, it's over.
Leinier is very close to equalizing the match.
I mean, look at that pawn on a2.
Two
And
passers in different sides. Yeah.
I think this is just actually resigns. Have they resigned? No, I think Awonder is definitely contemplating resigns because after h4...
Well, they both have a minute and a half, so they'll play it. But h4 and knight f5?
Yeah.
In effect, he's up. In effect, he's up an extra piece. The knight,
because this knight is
is just gone, so he can just consider himself up a piece basically, and how to now continue this game in the right way. And
exactly.
Here comes the king. It's like I'm up a piece.
Yeah.
So
what can you do?
There's
knight a1.
You can move your piece, your knight back and forth. In fact, can he go after the knight?
He may be doing just precisely that, Maurice, because it's sort of like, hey, you can't move the king.
That's it.
And wow, winning on demand with the black pieces. You just got to tip your hat and say, well done, Leinier. They will be playing blitz.
By the way, a nice performance by Anna Sargsyan. You thought she was only getting that pawn, but she has gotten much more. If we get to her game, as Levon, they'll go relax. Look at this position here that I have on my board. She played the move after bishop d3, a mistake. H4, threatening mate in 1, a nice little bishop mate. But she said, I got a tactic. Your bishop is guarding your knight, so I can sack here. She said, no problem, because I actually have this check. And after king g3, I play this move.
A beauty.
Yes.
Wow.
And now you're pinned. You can defend it, but now my knight is released beautifully, and you're going to lose a piece
Wow.
Keep attacking your rook until you have to beg for mercy because 95 was coming anyway. And so now she is
Nicely
trying to
done.
hold on, but this is not going to be a much longer game. Zoe Tang will go
there's
down.
no surviving this.
No, and Anna will go on and eliminate Zoe after bishop e1, and she'll pick up that pawn, and there you go.
And congratulations to Anna Sargsyan, who
Wow.
stays in the elimination bracket, and Zoe Tang goes home.
I'm turning my attention to the game between Levon Aronian and Sam Sevian. You're not going to believe this, but guess what? Levon is now even much better. His rooks are fabulously well coordinated, and the minor pieces are not. It's just that really simple, and it looks like Sam is now losing.
But why is he losing?
Well, there's rook e2, rook c2 to e2 here, and where do you
I
go?
have a check, knight g5.
Knight g5.
I
and
should have a
so-
draw there, no? Because your king can't. Well,
Well,
we'll see.
By the way, you said I have a draw. Isn't that what Levon
Levon
wants?
needs to draw, yes. That's
King
all he wants.
h6. You have no choice but knight f7 check,
And
and
just repeat.
there you go. Levon is just saying, I'll blackmail you with a draw for if you want.
And yes, I think we're going to see that. Levon eliminating Sam Sevian. Oh, what a fight this game was.
Wow. Levon is just amazing.
I got to say, Levon doing this before our eyes more than once.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. The guy's dead in the water, and he says, no, 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 my friend. You have to understand. There's a reason why I was a #2 player in the world. I won gold medals leading my Armenian team to victory. I'm Levon Aronian. You got to beat me once, twice, 3 times in a game. And it might look busted, but if you don't play technique right, you're gone. And I'm sure I'm curious how his attitude's going to be coming in here, because he was very playful and laughing the last time he was here. But I think he's going to use the word ashamed. That's a word I think he's going to use, because he keeps doing this from bad positions. But
it's a good word, a good way of describing Levon's play.
I doubt he'll
Tatev
use that word. But let's jump to Rachel Lee's game against Tatev.
Now, bishop and 2 bishops and 3 pawns versus rook on 3 pawns on the same side of the board is a stone cold win. There's just no question about it. The bishops win. But it's 3 versus 2, which means that Tatev has really good drawing chances. But check this out.
That's all she needs.
Rook h8 is going to force you to weaken your structure just that bit more.
That has happened.
And
Tatev's pawn is on f6.
Maybe Rachel has chances.
I think her chances if Tatev blunders. Because objectively, it shouldn't be winning. There was a moment, like 3-4 moves ago, pawn on h5 was hanging and Rachel didn't take it.
She didn't take
With
it.
a check, it was hanging.
Oh my
Then
God.
she would be winning. Now,
I live for those moments. Well, she missed a tactic. Okay, we do have bishop c5. Tatev's king is a little bit no, king h7 is okay. What am I saying?
yeah, Tatev
Sorry.
has 40 seconds. Rachel has a minute more. But
And Tatev is definitely looking
trade rooks, right?
to trade rooks with his last move. I think it's absolutely vital from Rachel's perspective that she not allow the rook trade. So if you have to play king c4, for example, and against rook c7, move away with the rook. I'm not saying that she's winning, but she cannot afford to allow
yeah,
a rook
if
trade.
the rooks come off, she
It's-
can't play for a win.
Exactly. Bishop f8 check on the board. Another way of trying
now
to
king-
avoid.
Okay. I thought she could play king f7 and then rook c7 was coming
Well,
with the
there's
check.
bishop b3 check.
Okay.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit awkward. It wasn't that simple for Tatev to make a draw. Can't claim yet, but
How do you
now she's
avoid the
threatening rook
trade?
c7.
There
So
we
there you
go,
go,
rook e8.
rook e8. Rachel recognizes that, but now
Don't you
rook
have million
c7
checks?
check?
How do you
Yeah,
avoid
king
all the
b3.
I guess Because you can't really drop back with the bishop. You're going to get pinned and you might lose it.
So if,
Rook
as you say,
B7.
rook check, and if I drop back with the bishop,
Yeah.
I'm going to get pinned.
Yes.
Good point.
I think this is it.
Right.
I don't see how Rachel escapes a draw.
So it's like Rachel's king needs to be, I don't know, on h3 and hope that she could do some damage with her bishops. This is not happening. Tatev needing only a draw to clinch the match.
And play Anna Sargsyan again in the elimination bracket. She eliminated Anna earlier.
Exactly. In the
And now,
classical.
yes. They'll be facing each other again. Yeah, I think this is
King
forced.
c3.
What is she going to try?
Rachel's got to try something. A draw is as good as a loss.
But what?
King a3 and king
then-
b2. Oh, king a2. I was a little bit afraid of
Okay,
rook
she can do
c2.
bishop a3.
Well, there's rook
Rook
d2.
d2, you mean? Rook
And then
c8
there's
back.
rook c8.
Yeah.
Oof, rook c8 back.
It's hard to calculate, right?
It is. So more checks, forever checks, rook a7 check, bishop a3, you said.
Mhm.
Okay.
I'm guessing that's her plan. Just to get out of this perpetual check.
It's
40 seconds for Tatev.
right.
But even if it's not
No.
perpetual, you just stand here and like you can't
Yeah.
lose this.
Yeah, the piece of the bishops are not
White
harmoniously.
pieces, yeah, can't entangle themselves.
She's played rook on b7 to c7.
Good
Okay.
move. Now if you move your bishop, I'll go rook d2 check.
Yep.
Or rook d3 maybe. It's always
Maybe.
tricky with two bishops. I'm worried about blundering something.
With good reasons. Yeah, and by the way, I mean, maybe Tatev will turn her attention to the
We
g
have a
pawn.
couple of moves.
Okay.
Check on the board. Okay, now king b1. Rook b7, and you have to drop your rook down to e3.
I wouldn't allow that to happen.
Oh,
I
rook
would,
d3 can actually pick up another pawn.
I'm greedy. King a3, Rachel has tried, pardon me.
Petra
Check.
Give a check.
Quickly king b4, and there's even.
Okay, now if you give me check, I go king c3.
Good point. How about rook d3 again?
I like that. You just pick up the g3 pawn, and then who's playing for a win?
Well, then I'll sacrifice my rook for an exchange.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, she can even do it now.
She can
Rook
go.
b3, rook d3, right?
Yes, I think I would
She
do
might
that.
go for that.
I think I would do that. Rook takes b3 check and rook d3. I'm very, very confident in my skills defending rook and.
But you shouldn't even get that because you have 3 versus 1.
Of course, of course.
Shouldn't have to defend rook and bishop against
Rook
rook.
e2. So it looks like they.
Oh, she didn't go for that. Okay.
I mean, they've almost repeated a position that occurred earlier, but actually Rachel has improved her position. I would have thought
Shame.
bishop c4, but okay.
Okay, now on check, she has bishop c4, right? So
Yes, that's what I
that's
was
something.
thinking. So I think Tatev made a passive decision. And here we go, rook
Okay,
f7.
now that bishop comes out.
Ooh, I can
It's still a game now.
sense the nervousness occurring here. I thought bishop c5 and bishop d4. Oh, look at this. There's a rook check. No,
It's just a check.
it's just a check.
Nothing else happening there.
It's just a check. I think there was no reason. Rachel went rook, and she's.
Now I feel like it's the same position as it was a couple of moves ago.
But now bishop c5 and bishop d4. Now I'm feeling. Maurice, you got a partner to join in.
I do. We have one Anna Sargsyan who is here with us watching this unfold. She was waiting for her interview. Obviously, she won her match and is moving on. But definitely an interested spectator is what to happen next. Anna, you have been eliminated by Tatev
Yeah.
the first time, so-called eliminated. But now if she wins, you get to play her again. What do you feel about a position like this one?
You know, in a time control like this, it can be tricky for both sides, and many moves that we were discussing, I understand why she didn't play, because, you know, you're so tensed, you don't even see some moves, not at all, so.
Speak to that, because you're in the cauldron, the boiling pot, and you've got to find moves, and then later you go, why didn't I play that move?
Yeah. I don't know, like when I'm low on time, I just don't see anything. Not that when I have much time, I see much, but you know, with low time, I see nothing. So
anything could happen essentially.
Yeah.
Well, this position we see, they've been going back and forth and back and forth. They're on move 79. Is it 79? Yeah, 79 now. Rook C6 on the board, time on the clock. Do you get nervous, super nervous in a position like this when, like you said, you don't see anything? And or what are you looking for?
I get nervous in any position, like every single position. So as you saw in my first game, I mean, I was totally winning and got so nervous, couldn't
This we did see. We said there was no way her opponent should resign in that position. Yeah. And then what happened when you saw the turnaround? You must have just been shocked.
Yeah, I was like so frustrated, but I'm happy that I could forget the first game.
How did you do that?
The second one started.
How did you do that? You come back to the board. Are you really clear of all the demons from the first game? Did you feel like the first game is over, I don't care about it, let's just win this game?
Yeah. Especially, actually, my second was saying that it was good that I didn't win, because against Zatonsky, when I won the first game, the second one I was playing so like for a draw that I just couldn't even like play normal chess. So he was like, this is good. The second one you'll win.
The way the coaches try to put the right spin on things with their charges. Well, you did manage to win the second game after she blundered with bishop to c4. You had such a nice looking position, and then she had a good one, and then suddenly it turned around.
Oh, I didn't know she had a good one. Which time?
I mean, you had a really good position, but then you traded everything down to an endgame that looked like bleh. That's my technical chess definition is bleh.
I know, but like in any single position, I start to calculate some lines. I guess that's my weakness, because I just keep calculating. Sometimes I just need to be patient with the position. So I calculated, of course, blundered some things, and ended up with equal endgame. But I still felt like I have some chances in the end game.
And you did make your best use of it, as we watch here. This one's unfolding. They are now all the way to move 87. I think this has become officially the longest game of these championships so far, this American Cup. And somehow am I feeling like somebody's going to blunder. I don't know what it will be, but it's just that funny feeling you get sometimes when it's getting down with the ticking clock, and we see Rachel here with extra time on the clock. All right, let's assume that Tatev wins. It's a big assumption, but fair to say. What's going to be different now when you play her? And by the way, both of you from Armenia, friends, compatriots,
of course.
That's all in the dynamic.
Of course. I feel like, well, today I was much happier with my play, honestly, compared to the rest of the tournament. So I feel like I have better chances than the last time.
Okay. All right.
Not saying, winning chances, but better chances.
You got to have something, and your coach could fool you, and you could fool yourself. And as long as you win, it doesn't matter.
I know.
All right. Well, we thank you for joining us, and wish you luck in the competition.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anna, for sharing your thoughts. And there she's done it. While you were just discussing the situation of Anna's matches, Nasi was pointing out to me that you got the wrong color bishop. Even if there was no black pawns in the position, the game is a stone cold draw.
Theoretical draw.
Whenever the king is on h8 and in the corner, you can't. When I discovered this the first time, and for me, I was in a state of shock.
Yeah, nothing made sense anymore, right?
I'm a bishop and a pawn ahead, and it's not a win. I couldn't believe it, but it's true.
I actually discovered that at the board.
At the board, nobody told you.
Nobody told me.
And
I was in shock.
You were like tears, like how could I not win? Wow.
Yeah, this is going to be a draw, and Rachel Lee will be eliminated. She did fight very hard in the second game. We're going to reach 100 moves.
She almost made an epic comeback, in fact. Wow.
This will be the longest game so far.
And, well, she can be proud of her first experience in the American Cup and say that she really... and for Tatev, a little bit of a relief. As again, we're going to see Anna and Tatev battling it out. Let's go
We have a classical game left. Fabiano Caruana against Wesley So, and whoa, a lot has changed since we last looked at this.
Well, we sure left it a long time ago, haven't we? We saw the exchange of queens. Your move F4.
F4 happened.
And, you know, it's funny. White's attacking with the rooks in the corner. I don't think so. Rook G7, H4.
H4 is also on the board.
H5, knight. So in the end, Fabi was able to rescue his bishop from a pretty lonely space, to be clear. And at this point, I would just say the position's quite balanced. However,
I think White's slightly better, but let's go back to Maurice. He's with a guest.
And we are with Levon Aronian after a victory and elimination game against Sam Sevian. Levon, you had such a nice position. You were up a game in the match, and suddenly we saw you drop the move Bishop A6 on the board, and he clipped your knight on C5, and you must have thought, what the heck is going on?
Yes, it was a senior moment, I would say.
Well, and when it happened, did you know the move was there, or did it happen on the board and you?
No, I knew it.
You saw it beforehand.
Yeah. No, I was thinking, like, if I go knight e6, I'm slightly better, but, you know, the position is fine. And then I told myself, wait a second, I can play bishop a6. Yeah, it's rather embarrassing.
And then you were dead lost.
Yes.
And we saw you dead lost against Abhimanyu Mishra.
Yes.
And you cooked up a nice little knight g4, and you dangled it before his eyes, and he just took it. What makes you so capable of coming back from positions where the rest of us are going, this is over?
I know I'm capable of playing badly, so I'm not surprised. I know I'm capable of blundering, so you know, when blunders happen, I'm just telling to myself, okay, this is something that was bound to happen, and it happened, and you know, I just have to get myself together and play like nothing happened.
But you don't seem to play like nothing happened. You seem to play like a man possessed, and like you know just how to get the inside the little crevices of opportunities that present themselves. Because it starts off and like he's worse, but wait, they might be cooking, and then maybe he has a oh, he's busted. No, but wait a second, the guy didn't play the best move, and all of a sudden it's wait, they blundered. Levon's back.
Yeah, well, at least I have to have something. You know, of a chance. I mean, I gotta create my luck, and yeah, I knew that on a generally, I mean, I shouldn't get any chances after a blunder like this. But yeah, I'm a fighter. I'm a comeback man.
You indeed are.
Yeah.
That's what we've seen time and time again. And so now you move on in the competition. You've never won this competition. Is it something that you're thinking about, I really want to have in my hands, really ambitious?
It's true. I've never won American Cup 2026. I only won American Cup 2024.
Oh yeah, you did win in 2024. My apologies. Yeah, I'm misremembering. You won in 2024. So tell us the secret. You didn't win though by being eliminated once. I mean by being pushed down.
No.
Once. You were able to go through cleanly.
Yes.
And only one person's ever won from being pushed down to the elimination bracket, and that was Alice Lee. Mm-hmm. No one else in history has. Why are you going to change that this time?
I will ask Alice Lee about her secret, and once I learn that secret, I will try to replicate it.
All right, you come back and tell us.
Yes.
All right. Well, once again, sir, you know, those lives are using them up one at a time, but we'll enjoy watching your
Luckiest
resilience.
Player in history, what can I say?
Luck or resilience? Like you said, you make your own luck. Levon Aronian, back to you guys.
Thank you very, very, very much. Wow.
He's the comeback guy.
The wheel of fate.
Yeah.
Let's see some brackets. Let's see some results. What just happened?
So all the elimination bracket games have ended. So let's take a look. In the women's, Anna Sargsyan moves on.
Yep.
And Tatev Abrahamian moves on. So now they'll be facing each other tomorrow.
Exactly. The winner of that match will get to play
In the
for
finals.
the finals.
And Zoe Tang and Rachel Lee go home today.
They gave a
They're
great accounting
absolutely
for
great
themselves.
fights.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And in the open elimination bracket, that's just the results once more. Tatev won her first game, and then she managed to draw her second game.
Right.
With Anna and Zoe, it was the opposite. First game was a draw, and Anna managed to win in the second round.
And then in the open?
In the open, we had decisive results in the first round. Levon won, Awonder won. And in game 2, Levon managed to hold his game against Sevian, even though he was losing.
Right.
And Awonder lost against Leinier, and now they're going to have to play the Blitz.
Right. They will play a pair of Blitz games to decide who gets eliminated, who gets to continue in the competition. And wow, I'm just still stunned by Levon's miracle comeback. I'm confused. How does he do it?
I loved his attitude. He said, I know I'm going to blunder. It's coming. It's going to happen. And just don't overreact and still fight back.
And play calmly under those difficult circumstances. Yeah. Maurice, back over to you.
We are with Tatev Abrahamian after her elimination over Rachel Lee. You said it, I'm going to quote it. Both my games were crazy today.
I said insane.
Insane, okay.
Don't misquote me.
Similar. Tell me, first of all, coming off these two games, what's your immediate feeling?
Relief. Like my adrenaline. I'm still like full of adrenaline, so I'm just like coming down with adrenaline.
Yes, let's talk about this first game, critical moment in this game. When she sacked on F2, that was, she played knight G4 and then boom, the knight took on F2. What were you thinking right now?
Well, I missed knight G4, which was very unpleasant because I thought my position has to be very good here because like she just has no development. Okay, I understand her G7 bishop is very annoying, but like she has no development, she can move her queen side. I thought I just have such a huge advantage, and then knight G4 came, and then yeah, that was kind of unpleasant because I started calculating things like I wanted to go bishop G4, but I think I actually lose here. Bishop G4, bishop D4, I think I lose a piece.
Well, you don't lose a piece, but you're going to have to scramble.
Or, how do I say? Takes.
Well, you could take and after queen takes, play bishop.
But like queen E5.
B2 with queen E5 here. I guess.
Okay, I guess it doesn't matter.
I guess C6 is falling apart in this position.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
at least
like
bishop D5.
But it started feeling very unpleasant because suddenly I went from just having a nice advantage to like I'm trying to hold things together, make sure I'm not blundering.
Well, what's funny is in this position here, we were talking about it, and all of us, well, I know I wanted to.
Just take on H6.
No, I wanted to play knight C3.
Right.
And then Nazi said she wants to play knight C3 or not take on H6. And then you play knight C3, and we're like, yeah, that's what we do. And Yasser was like, no, come on, children. You know, of course you take on 8-6.
We're one classy player here. We're all equally bad.
Yeah. So don't feel bad because we all didn't realize that knight C3.
I was thinking maybe B6, but then this was, I thought maybe too much. Still knight G4.
This knight G4 move is really, really a problem.
Okay, like I didn't see knight G4, so if I didn't see knight G4 there, I wasn't going to see it after B6.
Yes, and even knight A3 is better than knight C3.
I just put a knight on C2, yeah.
Which is interesting.
Yeah.
So that was the right move. So then suddenly this knight G4 lands, and then this bomb goes off. But now she starts misplaying the position and giving you...
Yeah, she just gave me 2 free moves.
Yes, exactly. And then you were back in business.
But maybe I should have just taken the draw, right? Probably. But then I was a bit afraid because... So first of all, I wanted to do something very crazy, but I think it just loses through.
I knew you wanted to do that.
No, but this loses,
you saw
right?
all this.
No,
it totally loses.
No, I'm very happy I said it.
I said, if Tatev goes for this, she's going to think about king F3.
Well, of course you're going to think about it.
Yeah, of
Doesn't mean you have to do it.
But you, of course, the tactician you are, the marvelous tactician you are, you saw that. But G5, again, is interesting. You do have knight F3 here, but you have to start finding moves.
Yeah, I was a bit afraid here because what's going to happen? So here, what? Now her queen is trapped, okay, because my knight on F3 is very good. Yeah, knights are very good at stopping checks.
Yes. So, all right, well, unfortunately, none of this would have happened. But after knight F2, you did, like you said, she gave you a couple of moves to just consolidate, and then brought her queen back, and then brought her rook back, and then brought her rook back again, and then suddenly it was all over.
Yeah, maybe she didn't realize how dangerous her position still is.
No
Because,
pieces,
yeah, she just has no
develop.
development, and I still have a lot of pressure in the center.
Yeah, you were
we're not
able to
gonna
just
do this.
smash through, and then the rest was
Yeah.
was done. But then the next game, game 2, of course, it's a Tatev game, so we know it's going to be drama. This one was also full of fight. Where was there any dangerous moments we weren't able to follow too closely? Were you ever really in trouble in this game?
I don't think so. I had a very nice position. So I think I'm just much better out of the opening because, again, like, I have nice pieces. She can't really move, and then I start going crazy again. So here, okay, so we get to this position. Oh, 96. Yeah, I thought 96, like, here, again, like, I have too many options. Also, it's kind of difficult when you're playing for a result. Like, if you know draw is good, because you're constantly thinking, like, how can I simplify? Like, in a normal position, I would just play 96.
But I always tell people and my students, don't think about the draw.
Well, that's hard.
Play
okay.
chess.
Okay.
Play chess. In fact, beat them. It's even better. Just win the game.
Like, I should just do this. And then I thought, okay, takes. And then I was like, okay, no, see, such like telling yourself stories, right? Okay, her pieces get out.
Okay,
but
don't
like,
tell
where are
yourself-
they going?
Don't tell yourself stories.
Okay, but like tactically, I'm just winning.
All right. Well, I'm being told we need to wrap this one up because of other things going on. One last comment. You're playing
Oh, no.
Anna again. Is that good or bad?
I don't know. I think I'm playing the only other adult in the tournament. And my opponents are getting progressively younger, so now I'm back to adults. I don't know, overall, I'm not very happy with my level of play. I keep missing a lot of things, so I don't know, and I have to check out her games. But I mean, I'm happy she won. She's my friend, so
Right,
at least one of us will go through.
Well, two friends going at it there, Carissa and Alice going at it, and the other one. It's a friendly affair, everyone. Well, Tatev Abrahamian, she moves on.
Congratulations, Tatev. Maybe a little bit uncertain, but you got the job done. Fabi was given an absolute present, an opportunity he's going to really rue. After the move f5, it's so clear. There's rook on e1 and there's rook on e8. You want to play knight takes f5, but you have a knight takes f5. Get rid of the defender.
C5
It's
first.
the simplest move in the world. Push the knight out of the way. After c5, for example, if you take, the knight cannot move because of knight takes f5 check. There's no, the f5 pawn is no longer defended. And if you take on g4, well, guess what? You can also take on g4 with a check, but taking on d6, and
This
it's
is
just,
it.
it's over.
Yeah, it would have been over.
Wow, a missed opportunity. Still,
Looking at their body language, it seems that Fabi thinks he's winning even now.
Yeah, even with the move bishop e2, I do prefer his game. Don't get me wrong, but I think that when you have a stone cold win and you just let it slip away, you're going to feel bad. By the way, 8 minutes to 3 minutes as we're going to go on break, reminding everybody we've got a blitz match coming up.
Yes, I won
for
between
the
Awonder
elimination.
Liang and Leinier Dominguez. They're going to start around 4 o'clock. But while we go on break, Irene Sukandar will join us. So enjoy, and we'll be right back.
Years of preparation, decades of battles, brilliance, heartbreak, and fearless sacrifices have led to this moment. 8 elite grandmasters will face off, and only one will earn the right to challenge for the World Championship. 2 American powerhouses return to the gauntlet, chasing redemption and a shot at the crown from the youngest world champion in history. Is this their year, or will a new contender seize the spotlight? The road to the title runs through the 2026 FIDE candidates. Watch it at stlouischessclub.org.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the show break, and I'm still joined by Grandmaster Robbie Kaflishvili. Robbie, thanks again for joining us. And during the break, you touch upon this position where Fabiano Caruana versus Wesley. So it was a very interesting and critical moment here. What was that about?
Yeah, so in this position, Fabi has worked really hard the entire day to get a small advantage because it kind of looked like it was very symmetrical and would like go towards a draw, but he always had some pull. And in this position, he played the move bishop e2, but instead he could have played the move c5. And after c5, he's putting Wesley in kind of an awkward spot because okay, he probably takes, you take back. And if you now move the knight, you just win a pawn, which is exactly what you wanted. And after f takes g4, I guess you just take here, after which you now have an advanced passed pawn, and you're actually going to pick up this pawn later. And you see all these dark squares are very juicy for your king to maybe infiltrate along the way.
I'm actually wondering why Fabi didn't do that, because it looks very obvious and straightforward, because this is what you want to do anyway in the game, because yeah, like what you said, he's been working hard to get such a position and then he got it, but then now it's somehow missed again.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe he was only thinking about here and then maybe taking first.
And is there any difference to that?
Because after you take first, now let's say king g6, you take back, and maybe not king g6, but there are some ideas of going with the giving a check with the rook and your king not entering as easily. Maybe.
And then the knight goes with a check.
Yes.
That yeah.
Exactly. So maybe he was too focused on that. But what he should do is after taking after taking on g4, he can just take the knight, and he doesn't have to take this pawn because this pawn is not going anywhere. So yeah, that was actually, you know, would have been how to like crown his good work for the entire day, because if we go back to just looking at the entire game, he was always in some like the driver's seat, I would say. He was having these interesting ideas, queen d2, and kind of forcing Wesley to compromise some of his good pieces, and he probably was better here, but it's not so easy. And after Wesley found some accurate moves with f5, it looked like, you know, Wesley was doing perfectly fine, and after queens got traded, I feel like this should have been a draw. Of course, there's still a lot of play left, but you know, eventually trading the right pawns, and it's still a little bit nasty for black sometimes. And maybe Wesley played it a bit too passively. And you can also see that eval bar slowly creeping up. So that's kind of how it went, right? It was an equal position. But maybe an inaccurate move here and another inaccurate move there, and all of a sudden you're losing. And
another thing that I noticed in this game is the outside pass pawn. It has been the theme of today's games, actually, because whoever gets this outside pass pawn apparently having a better or slightly better position. And so is in the Fabiano's game here against Wesley. So
yeah, all that being said, he still has a good chance to win this game. But yeah, going off what you just said, I guess we can look at Leinier Dominguez game, because as you can see,
it was an outside pass pawn too.
Two outside pass pawns. And in this game, there was not necessarily any tactical blows or anything. It was a very nice and calm win, where maybe Awonder was too okay to make a draw. And after this, bishop g5, he thought for a while, but bishop g5, after this, most of black's problems are already kind of solved, because he doesn't have to create any weaknesses on the dark squares. Usually you try to provoke some sort of g6 to create an attack. But here you play h6, knight f3, and all of a sudden, you know, black just doesn't have any issues anymore. He just develops his pieces, trades the right pawns, and all of a sudden this position might look equal, but he does have a lot of counterplay.
Especially on the back rank, This is actually the winning point of Leiniers in this game. Yes.
We also had a lot of back rank
issues.
Today. So yeah, this was a very nice game, and you know, the fact that the material is equal definitely doesn't mean that the game's going to become a draw. And after a couple of shuffling moves, he was able to win a pawn, and of course, outside pass pawn, like we just said, against the knight should be very good.
Yeah. During this moment, actually, in this position, Carissa, Alice, and myself were just outside watching this game, and then Alice and I agreed upon one move to play a4 here, and then switch everything to the pawn endgame should it happen, like here, takes here, and then this pawn endgame should be winning. But Leinier didn't do that. I mean, in this position, black had many options to continue to carry on the game, because black is already so much winning. Instead, he chose a very safe option of rook b5, and later on, he converted everything very smoothly and ended up with another outside pass pawn.
Yes.
So it's going to be, well, it's almost impossible to defend both of them at the same time, right?
Exactly, because your king has to kind of go here. But what Leinier was also showing, and why I want to resign, is because the king just marches all the way over here, and there's nothing you can do because this king has to stay here, and you cannot give away your own pawn.
Right.
Yeah.
And then another interesting game was between Sevian versus Levon Aronian. Well, Levon already spoke with Maurice about it, about how he missed the tactics, but it's such a neat and very interesting tactic to happen. Where was that again?
I assume
It should be up here, and then here we go.
Yes, there it is. Yeah. So of course the main moment of this game is, after Levon had a very comfortable position, I would say. We were thinking that the game should be heading towards a draw pretty quickly because in this position, at the worst, you can maybe just play bishop e5 and kind of bully this queen, and black probably has to go to h3, which is not really what you want to do to avoid a repetition. But Levon went here, and all of a sudden rook takes c5 was a very nice blow. We were in the analysis room, and we saw it, and it took us a couple seconds to realize what was even going on. But yeah, knight a4 is of course a very tricky idea.
Right. So he took it with the queen, I guess, and then bishop takes a6.
Exactly. So he went for this, and Sam did a very good job, but I guess he was maybe a bit too slow.
No, he was playing on increments, so that's why I think Levon got the better of Sam because of the time situation.
Yes, exactly. And, he was still doing a good job, and I think the one small thing here, I was considering maybe playing knight e2 in this position. My idea was that you can take here and go here, but I guess I'm missing something because here bishop d5 was my idea.
And the rook's kind of trapped here.
Maybe the idea is that you can...
You have to take,
you can probably take here, and maybe this
and then
is...
take, yes.
You can take either one, I guess. So it kind of goes to show, even from the sidelines, it's very tough to figure out, let alone when you're actually playing the game against Levon. So yeah, that's actually a trick I fell for as well.
But then in the end, it was kind of nice as well, like how Levon just converted everything without any problem. King g7 here, just literally capturing all the pawns on the queen's in the king's side, and then this check, and then this, and then at some point it goes to this position, and this check happens, and after this. It's just a kind of like the repetition that Sam Sevian couldn't avoid, and therefore, since Levon won the first round, he just needed to have a draw in the second round and goes through the next in the elimination bracket. Well, thank you, Robbie, for joining me in the show break, and we'll see you again on the next break.
Thank you, Irene and Robbie. And let's take a look at our elimination results in the open section.
We have had some exciting games, as you see.
Yes, definitely. Levon Aronian managed to win the match against Sam Sevian by winning the first game and drawing the second. And the other match, Leinier and Awonder, Leinier lost the first one, won the second one, so they're heading to the Blitz playoffs.
And our formats for these Blitz playoffs.
Let's see what to expect. They're going to play a 2-game Blitz match with time control, 3 minutes with 2-second increment. If they're still tied after that, they're going to play another 2-game Blitz match with colors reversed from match 1. And if they're still tied, they're going to play an Armageddon where white gets 3 minutes, black gets 2, but with 2-second increment from move 1.
We've seen one Armageddon. Will we see another one as the players are in the special hall that they use for when they're playing Blitz? On the other, in another room, they're playing the classical. That is to say, Fabi and Wesley are still hard at work. As you see the international arbiter Maya there telling the players, she's going to go to the bathroom. Would you please wait for me? No, that's not what happened.
You know what's funny? So you're going to watch the Blitz, but in the game between Fabiano and Wesley, they also have a Blitz time control now because Fabi's down to 4 minutes and Wesley only has 1 minute on the clock.
And they get 30 seconds.
Oh, but yes, they do get 30 seconds.
That is a diff.
These two here will only get 2-second increment.
Yeah.
Carissa and Alice are still there.
The frenemies. We are.
Oh, Carissa is rooting for Awonder.
Oh, look at that! A
Giving
little
some moral
pat on the
support.
head. Boy, nobody came to me and patted me on the head.
Before they start, maybe should we jump to Fabiano because he has a huge advantage.
Wait a minute. Just wait a minute. Rook E8 to D8 by Wesley. I'm seeing like a double question mark.
I see.
A double question mark move. I mean, did Wesley just forget that the knight is attacking his bishop and he needs to be able to recapture with the rook? He played the move rook d8, inviting the most obvious move on the position. Captures. Captures? Captures. Is he thinking that knight d6 is somehow rescuing?
King f4? I don't have to go to
absolutely
d3.
not. And what is this? We're doing great.
There's a white-colored bishop with the h pawn, so there's some hope it will be a draw, but there's other pawns on the board. There's rooks on the board.
The Tatev principle.
Yes, it's in my head now.
And now, here we go. Fabi says, excuse me,
yeah, Fabi
Wesley?
has a very healthy extra pawn and a winning endgame.
What have you done? What have you done?
Wesley was also in time trouble, so might have been just
underneath 2 minutes on the clock, yep.
Simple blunder. I mean, he was worse. He was under pressure and eventually just made a mistake.
Well, this is, and here we go. I'm going to switch us out of this game and bring up.
We have 4 knights opening.
Awonder and Leinier.
Awonder starts with the white pieces.
Yeah.
He lost the last game with white pieces, by the way.
Everybody's losing with the white pieces because Awonder won with the black pieces in the first one, but couldn't hold white. Knight on d5 takes f3. And I think the bishop is going back to c4, which is actually kind of amusing. Like, because it's like a Joko piano where magically black is allowed to trade off the knight on c6 for the knight on f3, which is usually a useful, let me choose my words carefully, usually a good trade for the second player.
Yeah, so are they still in theoretical position?
I can't imagine that they are.
Actually, there's only one game, and white played bishop g5.
Wow.
It was a game last year.
Wow. That is amazing that they're still in theoretical
But now
waters.
we're in a novel position after bishop takes
c6. Well, queen h3, queen to d7. How are we going to proceed?
There's no way to put pressure on it. Before playing f4, maybe I would prepare it with knight e2, but Awonder says, let's go right away. He goes f4.
I think this position is incredibly balanced after
e5 maybe, right. Trade queens and it's even, completely even.
Absolutely. e6, e5, and I think that Leinier will be very happy with his opening choice.
Yep. I don't even see how white could.
It's as balanced as you can get.
Not how to put pressure, but where would you even put pressure? King side, queen side, center, everywhere it looks very equal.
Exactly. Only because
would you play a5 here? Just
I would.
Right.
Just
exactly
because of this, and maybe because a5 might undermine the queen side. So if you meet white with the move a7, a5, yeah, then the position's absolutely balanced. Forgive me, I know they're playing blitz. I'm just going to, oh, pardon me, Maurice. Please, do jump in. Sorry.
Oh, not at all. I knew you
It's
were
okay.
unaware my mic was hot. The other game, Fabi did take the pawn. He is up a pawn at the moment, the same line that you talked about.
Yes.
So that position is simply busted.
Yeah.
And proper technique should execute there. So the rare win that usually that happens in these competitions, remember these pairing has drawn 39 times in classical chess. There have been 8 decisive games. So to see a decisive game is pretty rare. But it looks like Fabi will be able to pull that off. I would like to say about this game, however, that it seems as though Awonder doesn't think about the opening as a phase. It's like, sooner or later, let's just get it out the way. He just starts trading pieces. I mean, look how he handles it. We'll just trade some pieces, put some pieces on good squares, and let's get to the real business. And here even saying you can play rook f8 and trade off rooks. and whatever. It's fascinating to see how much he really is not going to burn a lot of time trying to get advantages in the opening.
Yeah, I find that remarkable because Anatoly Karpov's school does that whenever you have white, you have to press and press and press and press. And that Awonder is so easily willing to allow a draw as white really throws me off.
Save energy, play the next game.
I love what Leinier has done, by the way, because I'm starting to think if I was in Leinier's shoes.
92.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I think there's no chances here, so maybe we.
92, and now we are going to trade, and we are going to play Rook F8, and I do expect that the players. No, there's no pawn breaks throughs on the queen side. There's double pawns. So, but I think Rook F8 just absolutely triggers a draw.
We're going to repeat Rook A1, Rook A8.
Rook A1?
He wants to play A5. Well, actually, he can't play A5.
You're giving up the open AF file?
Not easy for you to exploit it, and also, there is a minute advantage on the clock, at least there was. So I don't have to take a draw, but okay, now you can't play Rook F8. All right, fine. Okay, you want to back up. So look at each of them conceding the F file. You take it. Now I take it. No, wait, you take it.
They found the repetition.
And I noticed that Awonder is playing very quickly. So he's more than aware that he does have a minute advantage. Not that he's trying to exploit it. Wow. Well, after Rook B2, that is a remarkable move.
It's such an awkward placement of the Rook on B2, but...
Yeah. As we keep an eye on Fabiano's game, he's putting finishing touches on a winning position that he has against Wesley. So a remarkable, because these players so very, very rarely win in classical chess against one another. Ooh, finally we have a
play changing the nature of the game.
Of the guard.
Listen, what I'll say to you is, this is blitz.
Right.
You have an edge on the clock, you pump it up a little bit, you make sure you see where your opponent is, and then you make something different happen. That's the meta strategy. Look where Leinier's time is. It's no longer that simple, we're just repeating business. He just has another way of thinking about it. As we see, Fabi has won the game, but we can be sure that now the youngster is trying to win this position.
Exactly.
Congratulations to Fabiano.
Huge victory in the champions bracket there, as Fabiano, our #1 seed, takes down the #2 seed. They may meet each other again in the elimination, but Fabi wins the first game, needs now only a draw. And
B4 on the board.
Leinier is allowing
He's down to 17
Awonder
seconds.
to press a bit.
But I don't believe in it.
I know.
There's no press.
Well.
By the way, Fabi's live rating is 27.99.
Oh, that
So
2800 club. Well, of course, he's been in the
been there
2800. He's been at 2850 before. He was one of the, I think he's had this second highest rated. Maybe Gary still had the second highest rated.
Gary was the second highest rated in history,
history.
2851.
Yeah.
Fabi was third.
Fabi was third. Wow. Okay, now Leinier. Now I don't believe it at all. I like this move D5. That just trades off the backwards. No.
He's about to touch his rook?
I thought he was. Yeah, you're right.
He just played rook B5 in a moment we all thought you would be
allowing
trading.
D4 check.
What a move to allow.
Wow. Okay, Leinier says, look, I'm just going to draw this game now. Like, I just want to put a kibosh on it. But now we go rook F7. So we're not thinking about rook F3
But there's a
check.
C4 and rook B6 siding.
King E5. And now Leinier picking up the tempo. He's the one down with 17 seconds. King D6.
Maybe, no, I was going to say try king e4, but black will check you. You'll have to move back.
This is a bullet endgame now, by the way.
A bullet endgame. That sounds dangerous.
No increment, I wonder we tried to flag Leinier, but that's not the case. So
H6.
is he going to go to H6?
Okay.
Like king G5, king H6?
I mean, to me, there's hustle potential here.
Oh, H6 would have allowed the rook on B6 to attack the G6 pawn. So there's still potential.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No question. Time is a factor.
Rook to E2 allows rook check.
Now down to just 4 seconds.
3. Okay, Leinier's looking.
Rook D4 is coming.
Well, king G5.
And on rook D4, he dropped down rook F4?
No, I want to play rook F7 check and take the pawn. Yeah, take the pawn on H7. And there we go.
But you're giving me the C pawn, which is farther advanced.
No, there's a G pawn to be taken.
There's a munch.
Serious imbalance now.
Okay. And now let's just
there was rook G4 that wasn't played.
No time to calculate.
Ooh, rook G4, you're right.
4 seconds for Leinier. Quick check.
And now we go rook to F8.
But what do you do? Rook F8?
Rook F8. If you go C3, I go rook F3. C3, rook, or rook F2.
Oh, he's going rook F2, but allowing rook G4.
And he has missed rook G4.
Oh, he missed that one.
Yes. And
that's a problem.
Pushing.
Oh, he's gotten behind his pawn.
Look, I mean.
That was sneaky.
You got to admire
I think our
what's
board's
going
falling
on.
behind.
3 seconds to make sure.
There we go. We are caught up.
Okay, that's going to cost him a rook.
Well, both sides are losing rooks, right? Wait a minute. Hold on. But Leinier, he's saying,
who's playing for a win?
I want to play king takes A5 and push my B pawn.
Yes.
And look, I can body check you with king C4. No.
Okay. Big move.
Take, and it's going to be a draw now. But 3 seconds for Awonder. He fell behind on the clock.
A6, yeah.
Okay.
Check. It's just some checks.
Checks from the front, and
this is
okay.
It's a funny way of playing for a draw, but yes, it's still enough for a draw. You trap the king with a series of checks in front of the A pawn, and then there's nothing you can really do.
The white king is close enough. Yes.
Exactly.
He's just close enough. By the way, one more foul and he'd be lost.
Right. You got to play rook to the H line, rook H7 to H1 to B1, but by that time, white's king gets to C2, and the king is ensnared. Here we go.
There you go, and just in time.
That's it.
That's it. You cannot get out of the trap.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, he's.
Well, that does draw.
Yeah, of course, but.
And you can go rook to C8, and you can't check me away from the C file. There you go. Simple chess. King C1.
You can go back.
What?
Now it's Leinier's turn to try to torture him, even though we know it's a draw.
Okay.
But hey, you tortured me enough. All right, let's go. We get out of here. That was very eventful when we thought it was going to be a repetition.
It was an eventful, and I congratulate Awonder for pushing when it was just so dry.
The
Nice.
95 move game.
Yep.
But Maurice is with Fabiano Caruana. Over to you.
Well, they have played, 47 games of Classical. This is their 48th. There have been 5 wins for Fabi, 3 wins for Wesley, and 39 draws. You know how hard it is to beat him, but you did it today. Why?
Well, I actually didn't expect it. I mean, the opening, I got an advantage, but then I started to misplay it. I was thinking, okay, just like try to equalize the game at this point. But then I got a position that seemed a little bit pleasant, so I figured why not keep playing it and continue to get more and more unpleasant for him. At some point, I felt like I was getting real winning chances. And then I started to remember some accidents I had against Wesley in the past.
Talk to us to the critical moments in this game. We were kind of confused, by the way, by the move Queen G3 check, this one here. What was the rationale behind this one?
Well, the thing is, when I went for this position, like, yeah, I mean, something here is strong. I basically, I was kind of overly focused on these lines, which are very interesting. Okay, e4, queen h6 is winning, but I mean, there's a lot of calculation to do here, gf3. But then he has like other moves like queen f6, and there's a lot of sharp lines here that I was trying to figure out, which looked good after a4, I thought, but okay, it's... and then I basically thought that this position, that I just had queen e3, and then I pick up the pawn. And then I saw this move bishop g6, and I spent a lot of time trying to figure this position out. And I just didn't see, and I started to get very worried. I mean, my king's in the center. Of course, if I consolidate, I'm pawn up with a, I could have a decisive advantage, but just things don't work out. I just get pinned and everything falls apart. So then I started to confuse myself, thinking, okay, if I castle long, then he trades queens, which I didn't really want. I thought, queen, I can take on d6, but I didn't believe in this. And then finally, I confused myself and went, but I have to say, h4 is not like an obvious move. I mean, if this is how I play for an advantage, clearly things went wrong. So it was just based on an oversight. I just thought that queen e3 was super strong here. Then I felt like he was slightly better here. If he just like doesn't overthink it, just plays bishop e6 and pushes the f pawn, and okay, I'm trying to equalize. But then here I was at least happy. I have this bishop h5.
All right, listen, we got another game that's about to start, so let's talk about it while the game is in progress, and just give a little bit of your thoughts before I let you go. But this one has indeed gone underway. This is not a must win for the players.
They're tied, right?
Yes, they are. Your thoughts in playing these? How hair-raising is it? You've had plenty of experience, I'm sure, in having to play this kind of knockout.
Yeah, very tough. I mean, I've had a lot of experience playing Leinier, less against Awonder. This was our first match that we just played, but both of them are, I think, like very evenly matched, very, very tough. And yeah, probably Awonder has some unpleasant emotions because basically the match was in his hands, right? He just had to draw with white. I know the feeling when you just need to draw and then you lose and you have to kind of collect yourself all over again. So I don't know. This, to me, is just a total toss-up at this point, this match.
Your match against Wesley is not a toss-up. He is now forced to beat you with the white pieces, and typically you guys draw. So what's going to be your strategy tomorrow?
It's a draw.
Well, it's the strategy, not just get the result. Unless you don't want to,
I really don't know what I'm going to play or what he's going to play, so I'll have to think about that. I mean, if we had drawn the game, then it would, very likely tomorrow would be a draw, right? Neither of us would probably want to take too many risks, but now he has to go for it, and I haven't, I think, been in this position against him before in classical where I need to draw. In rapid, we've had this kind of situation, but not in classical.
Wow, that's the first time. And I also say, before I let you go, you are maybe not so-called warming up for the candidates or playing for too much, but you're trying to focus on this event. But it's nice to play somebody of that quality, top 10 in the world, and defeat him. Got to feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, I do. To be able to outplay, an absolute top player, basically from a position like this, which is just equal, does feel very good. Yeah.
And this idea also, like you said, you could have critical moments like this one. Somebody trying to hunt you down. You may be needing to draw to clinch a spot. Like those are nice, decisive moments to find yourself in.
Well, yeah, it is a nice moment, but it's also a bit of a nerve-wracking moment. I mean, it's, before you get there, it feels very nice, and once you get there, you realize that there's quite a lot of pressure.
Which is my point, though. Yeah. It's good to have pressure because it's going to be worse at the candidates.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you can't compare it to the pressure of the candidates. Just a world championship match can outdo it. But still, it's a high pressure moment, and I'll have to perform well.
All right. Well, good luck in your game tomorrow, and we'll see if you stand up to the task.
Thank you,
guys.
Thank you for your insights, Fabi. Congratulations. A very, very big win indeed. Looking at the game of Leinier and Awonder at the moment, Leinier is messed up. End of story. He's just he's played g3 in order to stop the knight from dropping into the square f4. But as we say, sometimes a cure can be worse than the disease. And in this case, what he's done is he's weakened all the light squares. He's still in this very, very annoying pin. And it's all about the move f7, f5. So you go king h8, as Levon has been teaching us for a decade or two. And then you play f5, and you are really enjoying the proceedings because that bishop on g4 is so annoying.
Yasser Leinier knows he's in trouble. Look how much time he has spent. He's down to 40 seconds against Awander's 2.5 minutes. He's in big trouble. And we're still early in the game. It's only been 14 moves.
By the way, he did play king h8. Let me get, I'll update the live board for just a moment. Well, there we go. Boy, they played a lot of moves. So Leinier is behaving as if, you know, he's closing his eyes to what's going on the king side. But I'm sitting there going, wait a minute.
Knight g6, knight f4. I think I'm just checkmating.
Exactly. I mean, you don't abandon the king. The king is there. Wait, whoa, wait a minute. What are you doing?
By the way, this idea you're talking about is so critical. He's played a4, b4, b5, queen b3, like sent everybody away from that side. Okay, now knight g1, trying to defend the position. But there's a shot. There's a shot that was in the position for a second that was really computer-esque, was the move bishop takes f2 on the previous move. That just seems unbelievable.
But even here, Maurice, I think f4 and black is just winning.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, his advantage is still huge. He missed a sharp sack, but f4 looks massive. You cannot play g4 to lock up the position. And look at Awonder, he knows it.
Yeah, you just, it just feels like you have an overwhelming attack because this rook on f8, yeah, there you go. This rook on
the
f8
board
is ready to pounce on the f2 square. I don't even have a suggestion. I mean, if the rook were on a2, I would at least be contemplating knight f1. By the way, that knight on g1 could be a good defender, and you know, you could just eliminate it as well. Queen d1, well, we missed you.
Where have you been?
Where have you been? Queen d1.
And note also, by the way, that Leinier is down to 17 seconds with a searing attack after 19 moves only.
Wow. No, it went wrong early, but now the question is, okay, now you got to put the finishing touches on. You open up the position with FG, but now you're looking for the very consequential.
Which he played already?
Sorry, FG, HG on the board, and now we're playing knight f4 check.
Either sack wins, knight f4 or bishop f3 will be very strong. Bishop f3 brings the queen into the game.
Queen to g4. No, that plays itself. Yes, of course. Bishop takes and queen g4 just plays itself.
That's what Awonder's calculating right now. He has 40 seconds to figure it out how to end this game. He's very close to eliminating Leinier Dominguez.
And he's done it. Bishop takes f3. If you play knight takes f3, queen g4,
I've made this most. Leinier took with a d knight.
Queen g4 hits the pawn on g3, threatening queen takes g3, and bishop takes g1 also.
d4 on the board.
Okay.
Queen g3, right?
Queen takes g3. Pick it up.
There's got to be 10 different ways to win this.
How about knight h4 check?
That looks very good too. I have to go king f2 and then you pick it up.
And then I go queen and knight h4 check.
He started with the e takes d.
Not bad.
Doesn't change anything.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
But he's down to only 13 seconds now. What happened here? He's spending so much time. He's down under 10 seconds.
Oh
wow,
my gosh.
5 seconds for Awonder.
Queen takes g3 check.
Knight
and
h4.
now knight h4.
Okay. Mate is coming, right?
It had
Both
better
of them
be.
have 7 seconds.
He's threatening mate on g2.
Rook e2 on the
Rook
move.
1 second left before he played that last move.
Knight f3.
Knight f3, rook f3. So Awonder has won a pawn.
Queen g. Oh, he wants
Knight g3 check is on his agenda. d4 is hanging. e1 is hanging.
That rook is off the board at the moment. The black rook, the white rook, excuse me. But now he's just trying to survive. But his king is just completely
open.
And now another check. Bishop g2 forced.
Knight comes in and.
Knight f4. Sorry,
somehow
my board isn't. Yeah, somehow Leinier survived, but no.
It's still a lost endgame.
It's still a losing ending. Yeah.
It's impressive he didn't get mated or didn't even lose any big material.
Yeah, unfortunately, the pawns are adding up. Yeah.
And now he wants to go into an opposite color bishop ending.
On my live, my
They're playing too fast. There's some mistake. Oh, whoa, what's happening?
My DG2. Whoa! Could this be a positional draw?
No.
Yes.
Oh my.
It could be a positional draw.
The game has completely turned around.
Oh my gosh.
But okay, he still has 3 extra
Because
pawns.
you can't move your queen. Oh, Leinier, you can't move your queen. As I said, you can't move your queen.
Yes, but there's no
He's
way.
winning again,
There's no
but-
way to mate.
But there is now.
No, the game is basically even at the moment.
But he can force trade of queens
Can
and
he?
win with 3 extra pawns.
Well, if he can force a trade of queens, of course, but oh, Leinier should not have moved his king to allow queen a2 check. Well, wait a minute.
Now we're, oh, it's going to be a mate queen b4. He's picking everything up.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, mate in 3.
Yes.
Wow.
Wow. But suddenly when I saw the queen on g6, I thought, wait a minute, you can move your king to b1 and not allow the queen.
So much happened so fast, but I
And
wonder
my
ended
board
up still
just
winning. We couldn't even follow. Everything was
couldn't.
happening so fast. Congratulations to Awonder, and what a heartbreak for Leinier Dominguez. I can't believe
Wow.
he fought back and almost saved this game.
That was amazing.
How did his king survive on g1?
I'm confused.
Incredible chess. And then Awonder was lower on the clock too.
Right. There was a moment there in the game that, you know, I'm looking at White's king, and there was just like this massive black storm of pieces, and there was just nothing defending the king. How did Leinier save, prevent checkmate is
Some rook
simply
a2.
simply magical. Wow. Through the magic of television, we're going to show you the end of the game. This queen, which was stuck on g8, suddenly made a grand entrance. And after queen b3, king a1, bishop d4 would be checkmate. Leinier extended his hand, and congratulations. Bravo, Awonder. Wow.
I'm still in the game. Wow.
The stress of chess, Maurice.
The stress of chess, and I'll show you something absolutely insane, brilliant, beyond belief. How many pawns is he down in this position? Count them up. 2 against 5. Well, guess what? Best move here?
e4.
E5.
e5, yes. Sorry.
Push him, baby, as Yasser says, but not the squares where they can be taken. And the deal is, if you play bishop takes, we can play bishop e6. The point is to be able to bring the bishop back if you have a check.
Right.
You have to deal with this kind of idea. If you have a check, we just move, and we're back to the mating problem. You're not getting out. You can't run away because this runs into this, and you can't leave because guess what? You lose the game.
Wow.
So that's some bizarro position that black is supposed to still be able to maintain an advantage. The crazy thing is pawn takes, and now you are up, count them 4 pawns, and the engine just goes triple zeros after king g2.
Exactly. That's
Or
the
king g1.
positional draw that I thought.
Yeah,
You put
you
your bishop on e4, and you can't move.
You can't move. You can push pawns if you like, but the queen can't leave. That's just it. You probably have to play like e4 or something, but we'll take it anyway. And it doesn't matter because the king's going to move back and forth, up
On
around.
h1,
And you just can't do anything. So
That's
Levon could have
hilarious.
actually saved the game with an idea like that one. Simply incredible, wild fight. Of course, he should have gone down a lot easier, but now he is going home.
Wow, if Leinier had played e5 in a blitz game, even in a classical game, I would be delighted to have such a great move. Let's take a look at our brackets and a very eventful day 5.
Yes, indeed. We'll start with the women's champions bracket, and it was Alice Lee and Carissa Yip in the finals. They had their first game today. It ended in a draw. Tomorrow they'll be coming back with Alice with the white pieces and Carissa with black.
Very eventful elimination for the women.
Absolutely. Anna Sargsyan knocked out Zoe Tang, and Tatev Abrahamian knocked out Rachel Lee. So tomorrow it'll be Anna Sargsyan against Tatev Abrahamian. And one of them are going to the finals. And in the open section, in the classical, It was the match between Fabiano Caruana and Wesley. So Fabi won and now is only needs a draw tomorrow with the black pieces against Wesley.
To win the Champions Bracket prize. And in the elimination, another very eventful elimination matches.
Indeed, Levon Aronian managed to win his match against Sevian in 2 rapid games, but Awonder Liang and Leinier Dominguez went all the way to Blitz playoffs, and Awonder just eliminated Leinier. Tomorrow, it will be Levon against Awonder, and Awonder is now with Maurice.
In the dictionary, you'll see word roller coaster. Just put this guy's face on it because that's what he does. This match for sure was absolutely crazy. First it was a win, then it was a loss. He had to come back in the black pieces. Then that crazy draw where you were trying to press with the rook and pawn ending. Turns out you had to defend it. And then this game that looked like you were completely winning, and all of a sudden he had that little bind against your king. I mean, you got to think, what does a guy have to do to win easy around here?
Yeah, no, it was a very tough match. I didn't really sleep at all last night, so okay, I think, yeah, I guess things sort of worked out. I don't know.
Tell me, what were you thinking after you won the first game and then you lost the second one?
Yeah, I think I practiced a lot for this scenario, like drawing with white, and just like very shocking. I don't know, like I think in training I almost never lose with white on demand, but it happened, and I mean that's kind of, I think no matter how much you prepare it, it can happen, and yeah, I think he played amazing technical game, like really very brilliant, and I think that's kind of his wheelhouse. So yeah, I think this one a little bit better. Just try to checkmate the guy, you know, because yeah, I think it's probably harder to draw him than it is to beat him.
Wow, that's a great observation. You looked like you were mating him. This is over, and you had time on the clock, and then all of a sudden it turned around. How do you compose yourself in a moment like that one?
Yeah, I think we both played pretty poorly, so it happens. I mean, I think in Blitz, it mostly just comes down to these kind of scrambles, and I don't think there's any sort of skill involved. It's kind of just pure lottery. I think probably the very best players, like Magnus and Ferrugia, there's some skill, but yeah, for me, I just like shuffle until something happens, so I don't know.
All right, I see that this has definitely been draining on you, so I just have one last question. You do play Levon tomorrow. Your thoughts about playing him?
Yeah, I don't know. He's a very experienced player. Should be fun. I guess, yeah, he calls this one the fun bracket now. I honestly didn't find today very fun, but yeah, I guess we all have our own preferences. Yeah, I mean, he's a fun opponent for me to play against. I think every time I feel like I learn a lot from his games. He has huge expertise, and yeah, just a nice guy to be around in general. So I think, you know, we always start the game with a smile. Somehow he's always happy to play. And yeah, I think that's kind of infectious, so I really like playing him.
I think a lot of people would say you're a nice guy to be around in general as well. Well, great fight indeed. You kept us enthralled on the edges of our seats, and good luck playing this match against Levon.
Yeah, thank you.
Quick question, one quick question, Maurice.
Sorry.
I wonder, you were AWOL yesterday. They were going to start you were going to start the Blitz. I think it was at 4, and nobody could find you. What happened?
Where was Awonder?
Yeah, that I think I need to apologize to the staff, the commentators, and the players. I just lost track of time, and yeah, it's not professional, and you know, I probably will pay the fine for that. Yeah, so I'm just very sorry about that. It just completely slipped my mind, and then yeah, I had some hard time sleeping about that. Not because of the result, which okay, Blitz, anything happens, but I just felt kind of bad about that. Yeah, I don't have any excuse. I honestly just kind of lost track of time, and then I looked up, and it was time to start the round, and I was pretty lucky, I guess, that I didn't get forfeited. So I think, yeah, the result kind of, you know, maybe there was some karma from that.
I think Yasser was just curious. I think
okay, yeah, no, I think
no one was trying to berate you over it at all.
No, but I think for me, I think it's, yeah, kind of difficult for the event. I know that the staff put on a great show, so yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it's quite all right. We enjoy watching you play, and we just want you to be around so you can play your games.
I'll try my best. Thank you.
Glad you showed up. Just one of those things that it slipped your mind. No worries. Good luck tomorrow, as again you'll be facing Wow, a man with 9 lives.
Right, Levon, it's going to be a rematch between them because Awonder already beat him once in this event.
Absolutely.
Let's take a look at our predictions and see how our favorites are doing for our picks for this event.
I got one terribly wrong. But everybody's happy.
Everybody's happy.
Levon and Anna.
Bar's happy. We're all happy.
Well, we're all happy.
Maurice, final words?
Look at that. I see that there's only one person who's completely out.
That would be me, by the way. That would be me. That would be me.
I'm just saying.
He had to point that out.
I mean, even
hey, I want to.
VAR is saying my picks are still in it.
I want to enter history alone. I don't want any company.
Well, this just gets more and more tense every single time there's a round. This last thing was absolute chaos. And I got to say, Awonder, what a wonderful young man. And he's demure at times, he's playful at others. Today, he really looks drained. Like, I got to get out of here. I got to get my mind clear because this is just so incredibly stressful to be able to go back and forth. Will you be eliminated? Will you survive and still somehow come out of this crazy lottery? It's a tremendous tournament. I'd like to thank Tony Rich, the former executive director of the St. Louis Chess Club, for creating such an original format, put his stamp on it for all time, because this is just great stuff to watch.
Yeah.
And do commentary on, by the way.
Yeah, I totally agreed with that, Maurice. That it is so
Absolutely.
much fun.
My
Nice
favorite event.
A wonderful day. A wonderful day.
What a day we had.
Great day. Thank you all for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. Join us tomorrow for day 6 of the American Cup. And good night from St. Louis.
Thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.